I've spent 15 years working as a land surveyor, which is a fancy way of saying I spend most of my life in places where people aren't supposed to be. I'm comfortable with silence. I'm comfortable with the way the woods breathe at night, and I've never been the type of man to jump at shadows or mistake a foraging raccoon for a ghost. I'm 42 years old, I have a degree in civil engineering, and I deal in hard facts, measurements, coordinates, and physical boundaries. But there is a stretch of decommissioned logging road in the northern Cascades that doesn't care about facts. It's a place that forced me to realize that our instincts aren't just leftover evolutionary baggage. They are survival mechanisms that no more than our brains ever will. This happened 3 years ago during the late autumn. I was contracted by a private timber firm to verify the boundaries of a section that hadn't been touched since the late 70s. To get there, you have to drive 2 hours past the last paved road, then hike another 4 miles up an old grade known locally as the Spine. It's a narrow, gravel-choked path that hugs the side of a ridge, flanked by hemlocks so thick they block out the sun even at noon. I made my first mistake before I even left my truck. I'd slept through my alarm, and by the time I reached the trailhead, it was already 2:00 p.m. I knew the hike-in would take 90 minutes and the survey work would take at least 3 hours. I was looking at a hike back in total darkness. Usually, I'd scrap the day and start fresh, but I was behind schedule and the firm was leaning on me. I grabbed my gear, my transit level, the tripod, my GPS unit, and a heavy-duty tactical flashlight, and set off. The air was unnaturally still. In the Pacific Northwest, there's usually a constant soundtrack, the drip of moisture, the rustle of wind, the distant call of a jay. But as I moved deeper onto the Spine, the forest went dead. It wasn't just quiet, it felt vacuum-sealed. The only sound was the crunch of my own boots on the frozen gravel. Crunch scuff, crunch scuff. I was about 2 miles in when I felt the first prickle on the back of my neck. You know the feeling, the sensation of being watched. I stopped to adjust the heavy strap of the tripod on my shoulder. When I stopped, the world stayed silent for a fraction of a second too long. Grunge. One single, heavy footfall echoed behind me. It was perfectly timed, as if someone had been walking in lockstep with me and hadn't anticipated my sudden halt. I spun around, my hand instinctively dropping to the bare spray on my hip. The road behind me was empty. The gray light filtered through the trees, illuminating the path for about 50 yards before it vanished into a bend. Nothing moved. No branches swayed. No gravel settled. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded thin, swallowed instantly by the moss. I waited, I counted to 30. I told myself it was a shifting rock or perhaps a deer that was just as startled as I was. I took a deep breath, adjusted my gear, and started walking again. I went 10 paces. Crunch scuff, crunch scuff, crunch scuff. I stopped abruptly. Grunge. There it was again, a physical, heavy thud on the gravel, maybe 20 feet behind me. It wasn't an echo. An echo mimics the timbre of the original sound. This sounded different, heavier, like someone wearing boots much larger than mine, someone trying very hard to match my rhythm and failing by a millisecond. I didn't look back this time. I felt a cold surge of adrenaline hit my stomach. I'm a big man, 6'2" and 200 pounds, and I've dealt with black bears and mountain lions before. But those are predators you can understand. They have a scent, they make noise in the brush. This was staying on the road. This was following the path. I started walking again, faster this time. My heart was beginning to hammer against my ribs. I decided to test it. I took 3 quick steps, a long pause, then 2 shuffling steps. Grunge, 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 grunge. The shadow behind me matched the pattern perfectly. It was playing a game. I felt a wave of nausea. I wasn't dealing with an animal. Animals don't mimic cadence. I turned around, my heart in my throat, and shouted, "I see you. I'm armed. Get the hell out of here." The road was still empty, but as I stared into the gray fog beginning to roll off the ridge, I noticed something that made the hair on my arms stand up. About 15 feet away, there was a patch of frost on the gravel. In the center of that frost, a fresh indentation appeared. It didn't happen quickly. It looked as if an invisible weight was slowly being pressed into the earth. The gravel groaned under the pressure. A single footprint, easily 14 inches long, pressed into the frost while I watched. There was no one there. I didn't finish the survey. I didn't even think about the contract. I turned and began to walk, not run, because running triggers a chase instinct back toward my truck. I kept my eyes locked forward, but my ears were screaming. The steps behind me weren't trying to hide anymore. They were louder now, more deliberate. Thud, thud, thud. They were closer, too. I could hear the grit of the stones grinding together under the weight of whatever was following me. It was 10 feet behind, then 8. I could smell something now, a cloying, sweet scent, like rotting lilies mixed with wet copper. I reached a section of the road where the forest opened up slightly, allowing a bit of the fading twilight to hit the path. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my lungs seized. There was no person, there was no monster. There was just a distortion in the air, a shimmering ripple-like heat rising off asphalt in the summer. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and it was shaped vaguely like a man, but the proportions were wrong. The arms reached down past where the knees should be, and as it moved, the gravel beneath it didn't just crunch, it shattered. I dropped my $5,000 transit level. I dropped my GPS. I bolted. I ran harder than I ever have in my life. Every time my left foot hit the ground, a heavy, booming thud echoed it from the darkness behind me. It was so close I could feel the vibration in the soles of my own boots. It wasn't just following me, it was overlapping with me. I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck, a breath that smelled of old earth and stagnant water. I reached my truck just as the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the woods into a bruised purple light. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped them into the mud. I scrambled inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I didn't look out the window. I started the engine, threw it into reverse, and swung the headlights across the trailhead. The light hit the edge of the woods. Standing just at the tree line, perfectly visible in the high beams, were my own tools. My tripod was standing upright. My transit level was mounted on top of it, perfectly leveled, pointed directly at the driver's side window of my truck. But I hadn't set it up. I had dropped it in the mud a mile back. Beside the tripod, there were no footprints in the mud, only a series of deep, circular holes, as if someone had walked through the muck on stilts. I didn't wait. I floored it. I drove the 2 hours back to civilization in a trance, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror every 3 seconds, terrified I'd see that shimmering ripple sitting in my backseat. The next day, I went to the local ranger station in the valley. I didn't tell them about the invisible giant or the shimmering air. I just told them I'd been harassed by a squatter on the spine and had to abandon my gear. The ranger, an older guy with a face like etched granite, didn't look up from his clipboard. The spine, up near the old 74 cut. "Yeah," I said. "Look, I need to go back for my equipment, but I'm not going alone." The ranger finally looked at me. His eyes weren't sympathetic, they were tired. "If I were you, son, I'd just write that gear off on your taxes. We don't send deputies up the spine after dark, not since '92. Why? I asked. Who's up there? It's not a who, he said, leaning back. The loggers used to call it the echo. It's a bit of ground that doesn't like being measured. It doesn't like being defined. You start putting stakes in the dirt. You're telling the land it belongs to you. That road. It likes to remind you who was there first. I never went back. I took a hit on the equipment and lost the contract. A few weeks later, I received a package in the mail. There was no return address, just a muddy cardboard box. Inside was my GPS unit. The screen was cracked, but it still powered on. When I opened the Saved Waypoints folder, there was a new entry. It wasn't a coordinate I had programmed. The label for the waypoint was just one word: soon. I checked the timestamp on the entry. It was created 3 hours after I had fled the woods, at a location exactly 4 inches behind where I am sitting right now, in my locked home office. I don't go into the woods anymore. I took a desk job in the city, designing drainage systems for suburban developments. It's boring, safe work. But sometimes, when I'm walking down the hallway of my apartment at night, I'll take a step toward the kitchen. And from the darkened living room behind me, I'll hear the distinct, heavy crunch of gravel on a floor that's supposed to be carpeted. I don't turn around, I just keep walking, because I know now that some roads don't end just because you've stopped driving. Some steps follow you all the way home. I didn't sleep that night, or the night after. The soon waypoint on my GPS wasn't just a threat, it was a physical weight, a tether that seemed to stretch from the dark, damp heart of the Cascades directly into the center of my chest. I spent those first few days in a state of hypervigilance that felt like a slow-acting poison. Every creak of the floorboards, every settling joist of my house was a footfall. Every shadow cast by the streetlights through my blinds was a shimmer in the air, a distortion waiting to resolve into something with arms too long and a gate that shattered stone. I tried to tell myself that the GPS had been tampered with by a person, a bored hiker, a local prankster, or maybe even the timber firm's security trying to scare me into returning to the site. But that logic fell apart the moment I looked at the logistics. My office is on the 3rd floor of a brick building in a well-lit part of town. The GPS coordinates for the soon waypoint weren't just in my house. They were pinpoint accurate to the millimeter, fixed at a height of 3 feet off the ground, exactly where the device sat on my desk while I slept. To set that waypoint, someone, or something, had to be standing in the room with me. I decided to leave. I packed a bag, grabbed my laptop, and checked into a motel 3 towns over. It was a sterile, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of industrial lemon cleaner and old cigarettes. I chose it because it was modern. No wood, no history, no proximity to the tree line. I sat on the edge of the stiff bed, watching the door, waiting for a sound that didn't belong. By the 3rd hour, the silence of the motel room began to feel like the silence of the spine. It started with the smell. At first, I thought it was a plumbing issue, the faint, metallic tang of rusted pipes. But then it shifted. It became heavy and floral, that cloying scent of lilies left too long in a funeral vase, underscored by the sharp, iron smell of wet copper. It was thick enough that I could almost taste it on the back of my tongue. I stood up, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I reached for the door handle, intent on getting back to my truck when I heard it. Thud. It came from the bathroom, a single, heavy impact on the tile floor. It didn't sound like a person falling or a heavy bag being dropped. It sounded like a massive weight being placed with deliberate, crushing force. I backed away from the bathroom door, my eyes fixed on the gap at the bottom. I expected to see a shadow, or perhaps that shimmering ripple in the air. Instead, I saw a liquid. It wasn't water. It was a dark, viscous sludge that began to seep out from under the door. It moved with an unnatural purpose, ignoring the slight tilt of the floor, crawling toward my boots like a living thing. I didn't wait to see what was on the other side of that door. I grabbed my keys and bolted. I didn't take my bag. I didn't take my laptop. I just ran. As I sprinted across the asphalt parking lot, my boots made a frantic slap, slap, slap sound. And then, as if it had been waiting for the cue, the rhythm changed. Slap thud, slap thud, slap thud. The echo was back, but it wasn't behind me this time. It was coming from the air around me. It felt like the sound was being projected directly into my inner ear, a vibration that shook my jaw. I scrambled into my truck, fumbled the key into the ignition, and roared out of the lot. I didn't look back at the motel. I knew what I'd see. I knew I'd see a room with the lights off and a shimmering shape standing at the window, watching me with eyes that weren't eyes. I drove until I hit the coast. I figured the ocean was the opposite of the forest. Salt, wind, vast open spaces where nothing could hide in the shadows of hemlocks. I found a 24-hour diner in a seaside town and sat in a corner booth, drinking coffee until my hands stopped shaking. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with Martha stitched onto her apron, watched me with a concerned frown. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," she said as she refilled my cup for the 4th time. "Something like that," I muttered. I looked out the window at the dark expanse of the Pacific. The waves were crashing against the shore, a constant, rhythmic roar. It was a good sound. It drowned out the echoes. "You're not from around here," she said, leaning against the counter. "You have that look. The one people get when they've been up in the hills too long. We get a few of you every season. Surveyors, hikers, hunters. They go up into the high country and they come back, different." I looked at her, my interest piqued. "What do you mean, different?" Martha shrugged. "They lose their sense of timing. They start jumping at their own shadows. My daddy was a logger back in the 50s. He used to say that the mountains up there, they're not just rock and trees. They're a memory. And sometimes, if you're too loud, or if you try to mark things down that don't want to be marked, that memory starts to follow you." "The echo," I said, the ranger's words surfacing in my mind. Martha nodded slowly. "That's one name for it. My daddy called it the surveyor's debt. He said that when you measure the land, you're taking something from it. You're trying to put a cage around something that's been free since the glaciers melted. And sometimes, the land decides it wants to measure you back." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. How do you stop it? Martha sighed and wiped the counter with a damp rag. "You don't. You just hope you're not interesting enough for it to keep following. But once it's got your rhythm, well, Daddy said the only way to lose an echo is to find a louder sound." I stayed in that diner until the sun came up. The daylight brought a temporary sense of security, but the weight in my chest didn't lift. I knew I couldn't keep running. The soon on my GPS was a countdown, and I was running out of time. I went back to the city. I didn't go to my apartment. I went to the office of the timber firm that had hired me. I demanded to see the project manager, a man named Henderson, who I'd worked with for years. Henderson looked up from his desk, surprised by my disheveled appearance. "David, what the hell happened to you? We haven't heard from you in a week. The client is furious." "The spine," I said, leaning over his desk. "Who else have you sent up there before me?" Henderson's expression shifted. He looked away, fiddling with a pen. "It's a remote site, David. We've had a few contractors over the years. Why?" What happened to them? I pressed. The ones who didn't finish the job. Henderson sighed and leaned back in his chair. Look, it's a difficult terrain. People get spooked. It's isolated. The weather is unpredictable. We had one guy, a guy named Miller, who walked off the job about 5 years ago, claimed someone was stealing his equipment. We found his truck at the trailhead, but we never found him. The police ruled it a missing persons case, probably fell into a ravine. And the others? A few quit, a few turned in incomplete reports. That's why we hired you. We thought a guy with your experience could handle the atmosphere of the place. It's not atmosphere, Henderson. There's something up there, something that follows you back. Henderson looked at me with a mix of pity and annoyance. David, you're a man of facts. You deal in coordinates. You're telling me you're being hunted by a ghost. You need a vacation. Take a month off. We'll find someone else for the Cascades project. I left his office, but I didn't feel relieved. I felt like I'd just been handed a death sentence. As I walked through the glass-walled lobby of the office building, I caught my reflection in a window. For a split second, the reflection didn't match my movements. I had stopped, but my reflection took one more step before freezing. I turned around, but there was no one there, just the quiet hum of the air conditioning and the distant sound of city traffic. I went to a public library. I spent the next 6 hours digging through old archives, looking for any mention of the spine, the 74 cut, or the echo. I found a few local news clippings from the late 70s, small blurbs about loggers who had disappeared or gone woods crazy. But there was one article from a defunct local paper that caught my eye. It was an interview with an old Yakima elder from 1982. He spoke of a walking silence that lived in the high ridges. He said it was a guardian of the places where the earth was still raw. He called it the enigmatic of the trees, not a spirit, but a physical manifestation of the land's resistance to being owned. It does not kill, the old man was quoted as saying. It simply replaces. It follows you until it knows your heart, your breath, and your step. And then, when you are tired of running, it becomes the only thing left of you. I closed the microfilm reader. My hands were cold. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't run from it, and I couldn't ignore it. I had to go back to the only place where the rules of the world seemed to apply to this thing. I had to go back to the spine. I drove back to the mountains that afternoon. The drive felt different this time. I wasn't a surveyor going to do a job. I was a man going to a parley. I stopped at a hardware store and bought a heavy sledgehammer and a box of long iron stakes. I reached the trailhead as the sun was beginning to set. The air was crisp, the smell of pine and damp earth filling my lungs. I didn't feel the fear I had felt before. I felt a grim kind of resolve. I started the hike up the spine. I didn't try to be quiet. I didn't try to hide. I walked with a steady, deliberate pace. Crunch, scuff, crunch, scuff. I reached the spot where I had dropped my gear. The tripod was gone. The transit level was gone. There was no sign that I had ever been there, except for a single, deep indentation in the earth where my tripod had stood. I stopped. I didn't call out. I didn't shout. I just took a deep breath and waited. The silence of the woods descended like a heavy curtain. The wind died down. The birds stopped their chatter. The world became vacuum-sealed once again. Grunge. The footfall was closer this time. It was right behind me. I could feel the cold draft of its breath on the back of my neck. It smelled of rotting lilies and wet copper. I didn't turn around. I took one of the iron stakes and the sledgehammer from my pack. I knelt down and drove the stake deep into the center of the road. Clang, clang, clangs. The sound echoed through the valley, sharp and unnatural. I could feel the vibration in the ground. Clang. I heard a low, guttural growl, not from a throat, but from the earth itself. The air behind me began to shimmer violently. The distortion was so close I could see the light bending around it, creating a kaleidoscopic ripple in my peripheral vision. I stood up and moved 10 feet down the road. I drove another stake. Clang, clang, clangs. You want to measure me, I shouted into the silence. Then let's measure. Let's see how much of this road you really own. I moved again, another stake, another series of heavy metallic blows. I was creating a grid. I was doing exactly what the ranger had said the land hated. I was defining it. I was staking a claim. The shimmering ripple began to thrash. The gravel around it started to fly into the air as if caught in a localized cyclone. The sound of the stakes being driven seemed to be causing it physical pain. It let out a sound that I will never forget, a high-pitched, metallic screech that sounded like a saw hitting a nail. I didn't stop. I drove stake after stake, moving in a circle around the distortion. I was building a cage of iron and sound. My muscles ached, and my lungs burned, but I didn't slow down. As I drove the final stake, the shimmering air suddenly collapsed. It didn't vanish, it imploded. There was a sudden, violent burst of wind that knocked me off my feet, and then silence. But it wasn't the vacuum-sealed silence of before. I could hear the wind in the trees. I could hear the distant cry of an owl. The dead feeling of the forest had vanished. I sat on the ground, gasping for air, my hands raw and bleeding from the sledgehammer. I looked at the circle of iron stakes I had driven into the road. In the center of the circle, the gravel was charred, as if a great heat had passed over it. I waited for an hour, but nothing followed me. No echoes, no shadows. I hiked back down to my truck in the dark. I didn't use a flashlight. I didn't need one. The woods felt like woods again, dangerous, yes, but natural. I drove home and slept for 20 hours straight. When I woke up, the first thing I did was check my GPS. The Soon waypoint was gone. In its place was a new coordinate, located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, thousands of miles from land. The label for the waypoint was "Debt Paid." I never went back to the Cascades. I quit my job at the timber firm and took the desk job in the city. I thought I was free. I thought I had won. But like I said, some roads don't end just because you've stopped driving. It's been 3 years since that night on the spine. I live a quiet life. I have a routine. I don't look in mirrors for too long, and I never, ever walk in lockstep with anyone. But last night I was sitting in my office, working on a drainage map for a new subdivision. The room was quiet, save for the hum of my computer. I reached for my coffee cup, and as I did, I noticed something on my desk. It was a small pile of gravel, cold, gray, and smelling faintly of wet copper. I looked up, and for a split second, I saw it. Not a shimmer in the air, but a reflection in the darkened window of my office. It wasn't a monster, it was me, but the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long. The eyes were just hollow pits of shadow, and as I watched, the reflection took a step toward me. I didn't hear a footfall on the carpet. I heard the distinct, heavy crunch of gravel. I realized then that the old Yakima man was right. It doesn't kill, it replaces. I hadn't trapped the echo on that mountain road. I had just given it a new rhythm to follow, my rhythm. I'm writing this now because I can feel my own grip on the world slipping. My movements feel heavy. My voice sounds thin and metallic. When I look in the mirror, I don't see a 45-year-old man anymore. I see a distortion. I don't go outside anymore. I'm afraid of what will happen if I step onto a paved road. I'm afraid the ground will recognize me. There's a knock at my door. It's rhythmic, deliberate. Knock, pause, knock, knock. It's the same pattern I used when I drove those stakes into the ground. I'm not going to answer it. I'm going to sit here in the dark and wait, because I know that soon the door won't matter. The walls won't matter. Nothing matters when the land finally decides to take back what you've measured. I can hear the gravel shifting under the door. It's coming in. I'm not running this time. I'm just going to stay very, very still. Maybe, if I'm quiet enough, I can become part of the silence. But I can still hear it, even now. The sound of a footfall that isn't mine, perfectly timed with the beating of my own heart. Thump crunch, thump crunch, thump crunch. The road is here, and it's finally time to finish the survey. The scratching began at the base of the door, a dry, abrasive sound like sandpaper on bone. It wasn't the sound of fingernails or even claws. It was the sound of the earth itself trying to erode its way into my sanctuary. I sat in my ergonomic office chair, the wheels locked, my hands gripping the armrests until my knuckles turned a ghostly white. The gravel was no longer just a small pile on my desk. It was spreading. It spilled over the edge of the mahogany surface in a slow-motion waterfall, pooling on the carpet with a sound like grinding teeth. I looked at my hands. In the dim glow of the computer monitor, they seemed translucent. I could see the faint, pulsing blue of my veins, but beneath them there was something else, a gray, stony texture that seemed to be rising to the surface of my skin like silt settling in a pond. I tried to ball my fists, but my fingers felt stiff, as if the joints were filled with fine sand. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was that pressurized, hollow silence from the spine, the kind that makes your eardrums ache as if you're sinking deep underwater. I knew that if I looked at the GPS unit now, the one I had thrown into the back of my desk drawer months ago, it wouldn't show coordinates anymore. It would probably just show my own name. "What do you want?" I whispered. My voice didn't sound like mine. It had a gritty, resonant quality, like two boulders rubbing together in a dark current. The response didn't come in words. It came in a vibration that traveled through the floorboards, up the legs of my chair, and directly into my spine. It was a memory of a mountain. I saw, with a clarity that blinded my physical eyes, the 74 cut. I saw the hemlocks, their needles black against a bruised purple sky. I saw the surveyor's stakes I had driven into the ground, but they weren't iron anymore. They were ribs, my ribs. I had pinned my own soul to that mountain road, and now the road had come to collect the rest of the map. The door didn't creak open. It simply ceased to be a barrier. The distortion I had fought in the Cascades was no longer a shimmering ripple in the air. It had taken on a terrifyingly familiar shape. It stood in the doorway, a silhouette of grit and shadow that mimicked my height, my build, even the slight slouch of my shoulders. It was a charcoal sketch of a human being, filled in with the darkness of the forest floor. It took a step, a crunch. The sound didn't come from the doorway. It came from inside my own chest. I stood up, my legs feeling like leaden pillars. I tried to move toward the window, thinking of the 3-story drop to the pavement below. Maybe if I shattered myself on the concrete, I could break the rhythm. Maybe gravity was a law the echo couldn't rewrite. But as I moved, the figure in the doorway moved in perfect, inverted synchronization. It was the mirror image I had seen in the lobby, but now it was in the room with me, claiming the space I occupied. "You're just a memory," I croaked, backing away until my calves hit the edge of the desk. "You're just a debt." The figure raised its hand. It was a slow, agonizingly deliberate movement. As its arm rose, I felt my own right arm being pulled upward by invisible wires. I fought it, tensing my muscles until they screamed, but the force was absolute. It wasn't pulling my limb. It was redefining the space where my limb existed. To the universe, my arm was now where the echo's arm was. I watched in horror as my skin began to flake away in small, dry scales. They didn't fall to the floor. They dissolved into gray dust before they could hit the carpet. Underneath the skin, there was no blood. There was only a dense, crystalline structure that looked like weathered granite. I realized then the true nature of the surveyor's debt. I hadn't just measured the land. I had tried to impose a human logic on something that existed outside of time. I had used math and iron to cage a god of the wilderness, and now that god was returning the favor. It was turning me into the very thing I had tried to quantify. I was becoming a landmark, a waypoint, a fixed point in a world that was supposed to be fluid. The echo took another step. This time I didn't feel the crunch. I felt the cold, a freezing, ancient chill that smelled of permafrost and dead moss. It washed over me, numbing my fear, numbing my very sense of self. I looked at the computer screen one last time. The mapping software was still open. The subdivision I had been working on, the neat rows of houses, the cul-de-sacs, the carefully plotted drainage lines began to distort. The lines curved and fractured, rearranging themselves into the jagged topography of the spine. The screen flickered, the blue light turning a sickly forest green. A single message appeared in the command prompt window at the bottom of the screen. "Survey incomplete. Are recalibrating." The figure was inches away now. I could see the texture of its face. It wasn't a face at all, but a topographical map of the 74 cut, the ridges and valleys forming the suggestion of features. Where the eyes should have been, there were two deep, dark boreholes, the exact diameter of my surveyor's stakes. It reached out and touched my forehead. The world exploded into a billion points of light and shadow. I wasn't in my office anymore. I was everywhere. I was the wind howling through the high ridges. I was the slow, tectonic groan of the plates shifting miles beneath the earth. I was the rot in the heart of an old-growth cedar. I was the silence between the heartbeats of a dying deer. I felt my consciousness being stretched thin, pulled across miles of rugged terrain, pinned down by every iron stake I had ever driven into the dirt. I was the map now. Every hiker who walked the trails, every logger who felled a tree, every surveyor who looked through a lens, I felt them all. They were irritants. They were noise. They were tiny, frantic heartbeats trying to measure the infinite. And I hated them. I understood now why the echo followed. It wasn't malice. It was a desperate, lonely need for stillness. The land wanted to be quiet. It wanted to be unobserved. Every time a human eye looked at it and gave it a name, it felt like a wound. I was the scab forming over those wounds. I don't know how long I drifted in that vast, stony consciousness. Time has no meaning when you are made of mountain, but eventually the perspective began to narrow. I felt myself being pulled back, funneled into a single point of existence. I opened my eyes. I was standing in my office. The sun was rising over the city skyline, casting a pale, orange light through the window. The room was empty. The gravel was gone. The smell of copper and lilies had vanished, replaced by the mundane scent of stale coffee and ozone. I reached out and touched the desk. My hand looked normal. The skin was soft, the veins were blue, the pulse in my wrist was steady. I felt a surge of relief so intense it made my knees weak. I slumped into my chair, trembling. It had been a hallucination, a mental breakdown brought on by stress and isolation. I had survived. I reached for my phone to call Henderson, to tell him I was done, that I was moving away, that I was going to find a job that had nothing to do with the earth or its measurements. My hand passed through the phone. I didn't mean that I missed it or that I was clumsy. My hand literally passed through the plastic and glass as if they were made of smoke. I tried again, my heart beginning to hammer in that familiar, frantic rhythm. My fingers brushed against the desk, but there was no sensation of touch. I could see my hand resting on the wood, but I couldn't feel the wood. I stood up and walked toward the mirror on the back of the office door. I moved with a fluid, effortless grace that I had never possessed in life. I didn't hear my footsteps. There was no thud, no scuff. I looked into the glass. The office was reflected perfectly. The desk, the computer, the half-empty coffee cup, but the chair was empty. I wasn't there. I looked down at myself. I could see my body. I could see my clothes, but I was translucent, a shimmering ripple in the air that distorted the light behind me. I was a heat haze in the shape of a man. Then the door to the office opened. Henderson walked in, looking tired. He was holding a file folder and a donut. He walked straight toward the desk, straight toward me. "David," he called out, "you in here, your car S in the lot." He walked right through me. A jolt of pure, icy electricity shot through my being as he passed. For a second, I felt his heartbeat. I felt the greasy weight of the donut in his stomach. I felt the dull ache in his lower back, and I felt his rhythm. Step, step, step. It was a clumsy, human rhythm. It was loud. It was arrogant. It was an intrusion. Without thinking, I turned and followed him. I didn't want to. I was screaming inside, a silent, hollow howl, but my legs moved of their own accord. I stepped when he stepped. I stopped when he stopped. Henderson paused at the desk, frowning at the empty chair. He reached out and touched the mouse, waking the computer. The mapping software was still open, showing the coordinates of the 74 cut. "Where the hell did you go, David?" he muttered. He turned around, his eyes scanning the room. He looked directly at me. For a moment, his expression faltered. He squinted, his head tilting to the side. He saw the shimmer. He saw the way the light from the window bent into a shape that shouldn't be there. A look of primal, instinctive fear crossed his face. He backed away, his hand fumbling for the door handle. I took a step toward him. Grunge. The sound came from the floorboards, but there was no gravel. Henderson froze. His eyes went wide, the pupils shrinking to pinpricks. "David," he whispered, his voice trembling. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him to get as far away from me as possible. But as I opened my mouth, all that came out was the smell of rotting lilies and the sharp, iron tang of wet copper. Henderson bolted. He slammed the door and ran down the hallway. I followed. I couldn't help it. I was tethered to him now. I was the debt he didn't know he owed. I was the memory of the land he had sold for timber. As I moved through the office building, I noticed other shimmers. In the break room, a tall, distorted shape stood over the shoulder of a young secretary. In the lobby, a shimmering mass of air sat in the armchair next to the security guard. The city was full of them, the echoes of everyone who had ever tried to claim a piece of the world. We were the silent surveyors, the ones who had been measured and found wanting. I followed Henderson to his car. I sat in the passenger seat, invisible and weightless, as he drove home in a state of blind panic. I watched him lock his doors and windows. I watched him sit on his sofa with a shotgun across his lap, staring at the empty corners of his living room. I felt his fear. It was a delicious, grounding sensation. It was the only thing that made me feel real. The more he noticed me, the more solid I became. I realized then that this was the cycle. This was how the land reclaimed itself. It didn't use fire or flood. It used us. It turned us into its eyes and ears, its silent guardians. We were the ghosts of the frontier, the hauntings of the maps. I leaned over Henderson, my shimmering face inches from his. I could see the sweat beating on his forehead. I could hear the frantic thump-thump, thump-thump of his heart. I waited until the house was completely silent. I waited until the moon rose and cast long, jagged shadows across the floor, shadows that looked like hemlocks. Then I reached out. I didn't touch him. I didn't have to. I just adjusted my rhythm to match his. I waited for the exact microsecond between his heartbeats. And then I whispered into his inner ear, a sound like grinding stone and shifting gravel. Soon. I saw the GPS on his coffee table flicker to life. The screen glowed a ghostly forest green. A new waypoint appeared, pinned to the exact center of his chest. The survey was moving on. The road was long, and it echoed with many steps, but eventually, every path leads back to the silence. I settled into the shadows of the corner, watching him. I wasn't David anymore. I wasn't a man who measured the world. I was the measurement itself, and I was patient. After all, the mountains have all the time in the world, and now so do I. The days that followed were a blur of static and stone. I existed in the periphery of Henderson's life, a smudge on the lens of his reality. He tried to go back to work, but the office had become a mausoleum of missed signals. He would be sitting at his drafting table, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, and I would stand behind him, my presence a cold draft that no heater could touch. He began to carry a small bottle of holy water, flicking it into the corners of his cubicle, but the droplets merely passed through my chest like rain through a fog. The land doesn't care about the rituals of the soul. It only understands the physics of the frame. I was learning the geometry of my new existence. I wasn't just a ghost in the Victorian sense, a lingering spirit tied to a trauma. I was an architectural anomaly. I was the shadow cast by the mountain, stretched thin across the valley of the city. When Henderson drove, I was the vibration in the steering wheel. When he slept, I was the weight of the roof over his head. I was becoming the very concept of place, and he was the inhabitant I was slowly evicting. One evening, Henderson didn't go home. He drove past his suburban turnoff, his knuckles white on the wheel of his Ford. He was headed north. He was headed back toward the Cascades. I felt a surge of resonance within my crystalline marrow. The land was calling its own. He had the GPS unit suction cup to the windshield, and though he hadn't entered a destination, the screen was active. The little blue triangle wasn't moving along the highway. It was stationary, while the map beneath it slid and buckled, showing terrain that didn't exist on any government chart. "I know you're there," Henderson whispered, his voice cracking. He didn't look at the passenger seat, but he kept his head tilted toward me, like a man listening for a faint radio signal. "I know it's you, Dave, or what's left of you." I tried to speak, but my lungs were filled with the memory of silt. I could only offer him the sound of the wind through the 74 cut. Shhhhhh hush. You were always too precise, Henderson said, a hysterical laugh bubbling in his throat. You thought you could pin it down. You thought the world was something you could draw on a piece of mylar. But the dirt remembers being part of the stars, Dave. It doesn't like being told where the property line is. He pulled off the highway onto a logging road. The transition from asphalt to gravel sent a shock of pleasure through me. The crunch, crunch, crunch of the tires felt like a massage against my phantom skin. I felt myself becoming more opaque, the translucent shimmer of my hands thickening into a dull, matte gray. The further we got from the city, the more real I became. We climbed, the air grew thin and smelled of old snow and cedar rot. The headlights of the Ford cut through the mist, illuminating the trunks of trees that seemed to lean in toward the vehicle, curious and hungry. This was the fringe, the place where the map started to lie. Henderson stopped the car at the edge of a washout. The road simply ended in a jagged lip of mud and broken rock. Beyond it lay the dark, undulating spine of the mountain range, a silhouette that looked like a sleeping leviathan. He got out of the car, leaving the engine running and the door open. He walked to the edge of the washout and looked out into the blackness. I followed him, my feet making no sound on the wet earth, yet leaving deep, rectangular impressions in the mud, the exact shape of surveyor's stakes. "Is this what you wanted?" Henderson screamed into the void, "to bring me back to the start?" The mountain answered with a low, tectonic rumble. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a greeting. I stood beside him, and for the first time since my transformation, I felt a flicker of my old self. I remembered the feeling of the wind on my face. I remembered the pride of a job well done. But those memories were like photographs left in the rain, faded, blurred, and falling apart. I reached out a gray, stony hand and placed it on Henderson's shoulder. He didn't flinch, he didn't scream, he simply collapsed. The contact was a bridge. In that moment, the surveyor's debt was transferred. All the data I had gathered, all the measurements I had taken, all the iron I had driven into the earth, it poured into him. He became the vessel for the map. His eyes rolled back in his head, and I saw the coordinates of the 74 cut scrolling across his retinas in flickering green light. I felt myself lightening. The heavy, stony texture of my limbs began to dissolve. I wasn't becoming human again. I was becoming something even less. I was becoming the silence. Henderson stood up, but it wasn't Henderson anymore. He moved with a stiff, rhythmic gait. He turned toward the car, but he didn't get in. He reached into the back seat and pulled out my old transit and tripod. He set them up at the edge of the washout with a mechanical, terrifying efficiency. He looked through the lens, not at the road, but at the empty air where I stood. "Point 1, he said, his voice a perfect mimicry of mine. Elevation 0. He began to walk into the darkness, carrying the tripod like a cross. Each step he took sounded like a hammer hitting a stake. Thump, thump, thump. He wasn't walking on the ground. He was walking on the idea of the ground. He disappeared into the mist, a flickering ghost of a man trying to measure a world that had already swallowed him whole. I stayed at the edge of the washout. I was no longer a shadow. I was no longer an echo. I was the road itself. I was the path that waited for the next set of feet. I was the curve in the map that made the driver feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread. I looked down at the mud where Henderson had stood. The GPS unit lay there, discarded. Its screen was cracked, but the light was still on. It showed a single, blinking dot in the middle of a vast, white void. The label on the dot didn't say David or Henderson. It said, "You are here." I felt a final, lingering vibration of the land. The mountain was satisfied. The ledger was balanced. Another surveyor had been recruited to the eternal task of quantifying the infinite, and another soul had been ground down into the grit of the path. I looked up at the stars. They weren't points of light anymore. They were benchmarks, triangulation points in a celestial survey that would take eons to complete. The engine of the Ford sputtered and died, leaving the mountain in total darkness. The silence returned, heavy and absolute, but if you listened closely, very, very closely, you could still hear it. Far off in the woods, echoing through the hemlocks and the hollows, the sound of a footfall that didn't belong to any living thing. Grunge pause, crunch, crunch. The rhythm of the land, the heartbeat of the roads. I closed my eyes, or the things that had become my eyes, and let the moss grow over my thoughts. I was no longer the one who walked. I was the one who was walked upon. And as the first winter snow began to fall, blanketing the washout and the car and the broken GPS, I realized that the old Yakima man had been wrong about one thing. The road doesn't just replace you. It makes you part of the destination. I waited, the snow piled up, white and silent, burying the last traces of the man I used to be. I felt the slow, cold weight of it, a comfortable shroud. I was the bedrock. I was the foundation. I was the echo that finally found its wall. Somewhere miles away in a brightly lit office, a young intern would find my unfinished maps. They would see the gaps, the errors, the strange, jagged lines that didn't follow the laws of Euclidean geometry. They would think I was sloppy. They would think I had lost my mind. And then they would grab their gear. They would pack their stakes and their transit. They would drive out to the spine to fix the mistakes. They would come to finish the survey. And I would be waiting for them. I would be the curve that felt a little too sharp. I would be the gravel that shifted under their boots. I would be the rhythm they couldn't help but follow. The road is never finished. It just waits for the next surveyor to bring it more life. I felt a tremor deep in the earth. A new set of tires was hitting the gravel at the base of the mountain. A new heart was beating in time with the land. Thump crunch, thump crunch. The cycle was beginning again, and this time I was the one who would hold the stakes. I settled deeper into the cold, dark earth, a silent waypoint in a world of ghosts. The mountains groaned in their sleep, shifting their weight, and for the first time in 3 years I wasn't afraid. I was home. The road that echoed steps had finally found its silence, and in that silence I was infinite. The light of the GPS unit finally flickered out, leaving the washout in perfect, unmeasured darkness. The mountain was a shadow against a shadow, a secret kept by the stars. And somewhere in the distance, the sound of a hammer hitting iron rang out once, twice, 3 times, pinning the night to the world. The survey continues. It always continues. I am the road, and I am waiting for you. The stillness of the washout was not the end. It was merely the calibration. Time, when you are made of mineral and memory, does not flow like a river. It settles like sediment. I watched the seasons cycle over the abandoned Ford through eyes that were no longer apertures of flesh, but sensors of vibration. The metal rusted. The tires sighed their last breath of pressurized air into the mountain breeze, and the forest began its slow, methodical reclamation. Vine maple crept through the shattered windshield, and moss upholstered the dashboard in a lush, velvet green. I was the witness to this decay, but I was also the agent of it. Every winter frost that cracked the engine block felt like a thought passing through my mind. I had become the station zero, of a new, invisible grid. Eventually, the sound I had been waiting for vibrated through the limestone shelf I now inhabited. It wasn't the clumsy thrum of Henderson's panic or the rhythmic certainty of my own former life. This was the high-pitched whine of a modern engine, a vehicle built for efficiency and displacement. It was accompanied by the digital chirp of high-end telemetry. The new surveyor arrived on a Tuesday, though the concept of days had become as translucent to me as my hands once were. He was younger than I had been, with a bright orange vest that screamed against the deep, ancient greens of the Cascades. He carried a carbon fiber tripod and a laser scanner that could map 1,000 points a second. He was a creature of light and data, sent by the firm to find out why two experienced men and a company vehicle had vanished into a 4-square-mile patch of stable terrain. His name was Miller. I knew this because I could hear the electrical impulses of his smartphone as it synced with his smartwatch. I could feel the hum of his nervous system, a frantic, buzzing energy that tasted like ozone. He stopped the truck 50 yards from the washout. He didn't see me, of course. To him, I was the peculiar arrangement of shadows beneath a hemlock, the way the fog seemed to pool a little too thickly near the rusted remains of the Ford. He stepped out, his boots hitting the gravel with a sound that sent a ripple of hunger through my consciousness. Step. He was out of sync. He was walking with the arrogance of the digital age, believing that because he could bounce a laser off a tree, he owned the tree's position in space. He didn't understand that the mountain wasn't a coordinate, it was an appetite. I reached out not with hands, but with the weight of the air. I shifted the density of the fog around his ankles. Miller stumbled, his expensive scanner tilting dangerously. He cursed, a sharp, jagged sound that tore through the mountain's meditation. Calculated error, he muttered, tapping at his tablet. GPS drift is at 3 meters. That shouldn't be possible out here. I drifted closer. I wasn't moving my legs. I was simply redefining where I was. I became the cold draft that caught the back of his neck. I became the reason his breath hitched. He approached the rusted Ford, his eyes widening as he recognized the company logo peeling off the door. He didn't see Henderson's ghost, which was now just a series of rhythmic thumps deep in the woods, nor did he see me. He saw the physical evidence of a failure he couldn't quantify. He reached out to touch the door handle, and I gave him what he wanted. I gave him the resonance. The moment his skin touched the cold, oxidized metal, I flooded his senses with the 74 cut. I showed him the hemlocks that weren't there. I made him feel the iron tang of the wet copper and the smell of the rotting lilies. His knees buckled. He gasped, his lungs struggling to process air that had suddenly turned into the thickness of ancient silt. David, he whispered. He had seen my name on the old files. He had seen my signature on the maps that didn't make sense. I didn't answer in words, I answered in geometry. I adjusted the perspective of the forest around him. I made the trees seem to lean back, expanding the horizon until he felt small, a microscopic speck on a slide. Then I slammed the perspective shut, making the woods feel like a coffin. Miller scrambled back toward his truck, but the road was no longer where he had left it. I had folded the distance. I had stretched the gravel into a ribbon that led nowhere but deeper into the washout. The coordinates are wrong, he whimpered, staring at his tablet. The screen was a chaotic swirl of red and green. The little blue dot that represented his life was spinning in circles, unable to find a single fixed point in a world that had become fluid. I stepped into his line of sight, Or rather, I allowed the light to bend around me in a way his brain could almost interpret. I was a shimmer, a heat haze, a glitch in the reality he had been trained to measure. The land doesn't want to be measured, Miller, I thought, and the vibration of the thought shattered the glass of his scanner. He froze, the silence of the mountain descended, heavy and suffocating. He could hear his own heart thump, 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 and he could hear the echo I was making, a fraction of a second behind his own pulse. I was matching him. I was syncing our rhythms, preparing the transfer. But I hesitated. In the vibrations of his fear, I felt something else. I felt a connection to the world below, the world of coffee shops and humming computers, and people who didn't know that the ground beneath them was a living, breathing debt. I felt a flicker of the man who had once wanted to call Henderson and quit. Miller wasn't like Henderson. He wasn't greedy. He was just curious. He was a boy playing with a ruler in a den of lions. I looked at the rusted Ford, then back at the terrified boy. If I took him, the cycle would continue. I would be free to dissolve into the granite, to become the true silence of the peaks, and he would take up the mantle of the echo. He would be the one to haunt the next surveyor, and the one after that. The road would grow longer, paved with the souls of those who tried to define it. But the mountain was hungry. It demanded a surveyor. It demanded a witness. I felt the tectonic pressure building behind my ribs. The mountain was pushing me, commanding me to finish the transaction. Claim him, the wind hissed through the hemlocks. Balance the ledger. Miller began to cry. It was a soft, pathetic sound that didn't belong in a place of such indifferent majesty. He dropped his tablet into the mud and fell to his hands over his ears. "Please," he sobbed, "I just wanted to find out what happened to you." That was the mistake. He hadn't come to conquer, he had come to seek. I realized then that I didn't want to be the road. I didn't want to be the foundation for someone else's misery. If the land wanted a measurement, I would give it one it could never finish. I didn't reach for Miller's shoulder. Instead, I reached for the GPS unit still embedded in the mud near the washout, the one that had belonged to Henderson. It was dead, a husk of plastic and silicon, but I was a creature of energy now. I poured the entirety of my being, the cold, the stone, the memory of the 74 cut into that broken device. I forced the screen to glow. I forced the processor to scream. I didn't pin a waypoint to Miller's chest. I pinned it to the center of the mountain itself. I created a recursive loop, a coordinate that pointed to itself, an infinite mathematical fracture. The ground began to shake, not with the greeting of a mountain, but with the frustration of a machine being fed an unsolvable equation. The fog began to tear. The trees groaned, their roots straining against a reality that was being recalculated at a terminal velocity. "Run," I tried to scream, and for a second the sound actually manifested. It wasn't the smell of lilies or the sound of gravel. It was a human voice, cracked and ancient, but loud enough to break the trance. Miller didn't look back. He scrambled into his truck, the engine roaring to life as if the vehicle itself was terrified. He put it in reverse, the tires screaming as they gripped the shifting gravel. He backed away from the washout, away from the rusted Ford, away from the shimmer that was me. I watched him go. I watched his taillights vanish into the mist, heading back toward the city, back toward the world where lines were straight and the earth stayed where it was told. The mountain roared, the washout collapsed, a massive slide of mud and rock burying the Ford, the scanner, and the broken GPS unit. I felt the weight of 1 billion tons of earth falling on me, but there was no pain. There was only a profound sense of displacement. By saving him, I had broken the rhythm. I had refused the debt. I felt myself being pulled apart. The shimmer that was my body began to fray, the edges dissolving into the falling snow. I wasn't becoming the silence. I was becoming the static. I was the error in the calculation that could never be corrected. As the mountain settled into its new shape, altered forever by the slide, I found myself drifting. I wasn't tied to the 74 cut anymore. I wasn't tied to Henderson or the road. I was a ghost in the machine of the world. I moved down the mountain, not as a man, but as a flicker of interference. I passed through the logging camps and the small mountain towns. I was the reason the radio cut out on the highway. I was the reason the compass needle wavered for a second before pointing north. I was the unexplained phenomenon in 1,000 different data sets. I eventually reached the city. It was a forest of glass and steel, a labyrinth of measurements far more complex than anything I had encountered in the woods. Here, the land was buried under layers of concrete and ego, but I could still feel it. I could feel the soil beneath the skyscrapers, restless and cramped, waiting for its turn to breathe. I found the office building. It looked different, new signs, new logos, but the bones were the same. I drifted through the walls, through the floors, until I found the drafting room. It was empty, the lights dimmed for the night, but on one desk a computer monitor was still on. A young man, Miller, was sitting there, his face pale in the glow of the screen. He wasn't mapping, he was writing. I leaned over his shoulder. I saw the words on the screen: Incident Report, Site 74. Recommendation, Permanent Exclusion Zone. The terrain is non-Euclidean. The measurements do not hold. It is my professional opinion that the land there has ceased to exist in a way we can understand. He paused, his fingers hovering over the keys. He looked at the window, at his own reflection in the dark glass. I didn't whisper soon. I didn't match his heartbeat. I simply reached out and touched the screen. Under his report, in the white space of the digital page, a single line of text appeared. It wasn't a coordinate. It wasn't a measurement. It was a signature. David. Miller froze. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He just stared at the name, a slow realization dawning in his eyes. He reached out and touched the letters on the monitor, his finger tracing the shape of my name. Thank you, he whispered. In that moment, the last of the cold left me. The iron tang of copper faded, replaced by the smell of ozone and the hum of the city. I wasn't a man, and I wasn't a mountain. I was a message. I faded away from the desk, drifting out into the night air of the city. I looked up at the stars, those distant benchmarks in the dark. They were still there, steady and bright, indifferent to the maps of men. The road that echoed steps had finally gone quiet. The survey was over, not because the land had been measured, but because I had finally accepted that some things are meant to be lost. I moved through the streets, a shimmer in the light of the street lamps, a ghost in the grid. I wasn't looking for a way back, I was just looking. The world is a vast, unmappable thing, full of shadows that refuse to be pinned down. And as I disappeared into the neon glow of the downtown traffic, I realized that being a part of the mystery was better than being the one who tried to solve it. The mountains have all the time in the world, and now, finally, so do I. I am the space between the lines. I am the echo that never returns. I am free. The freedom I felt was not the liberation of a soul ascending to a higher plane, but the weightless drift of a ghost signal. I was a stray frequency, a data packet with no destination, pulsing through the fiber optic veins of the city. For a time, I existed in the static. I lived in the brief, flickering moment between a light turning green and a driver pressing the gas. I was the cold spot in the back of an elevator, the inexplicable shiver that ran down the spine of a woman reading a book in a park. But as the city breathed around me, I began to realize that even in this urban hive, the land was still there. The concrete was just a skin, a thin and brittle crust stretched over the same ancient, hungry earth that had claimed Henderson. The skyscrapers weren't monuments to human achievement. They were stakes driven into the dirt, trying to pin the world in place. And the world was already starting to push back. I found myself drawn back to the outskirts where the grid began to fray. I followed the power lines, the humming copper wires that acted like a map for my new electric form. The city gave way to suburbs, the suburbs to farmland, and the farmland to the encroaching shadows of the foothills. I was moving toward the spine again, but not as a victim. I was moving as a scout. I reached the base of the mountain as the first light of dawn was graying the sky. The air here was different, sharper, filled with the scent of pine needle decay and the heavy, wet promise of rain. I didn't go back to the washout. I didn't want to see the ford or the place where my physical body had been crushed into the mineral history of the Cascades. Instead, I followed a different path, a trail that hadn't been on any of my maps. It was an old logging road, long since overgrown, where the trees had begun to knit their branches together like the ribs of a cathedral. Here, the silence was absolute. Even the birds seemed to hold their breath as I passed. I felt the mountain watching me. It wasn't the predatory hunger I had felt before. It was a wary curiosity. I had broken its cycle. I had introduced a variable it hadn't accounted for. I found a clearing where a small cabin once stood. All that remained was a chimney of river stone, standing like a lonely sentinel amidst the ferns. I sat on a mossy stump, or rather, I projected the memory of sitting and looked out over the valley. I saw the way the fog rolled through the trees, a slow-motion tide of white. I saw the way the light caught the dew on the spiderwebs, turning them into intricate silver nets. For the first time, I wasn't looking for a benchmark. I wasn't looking for a property line or a topographical anomaly. I was just seeing the land for what it was, a living, breathing entity that didn't care about my measurements. Then I heard it. Grunge, a pause, crunch, grunch. It wasn't the rhythmic heartbeat of the road. It wasn't the frantic stumbling of a lost surveyor. It was a slow, deliberate step. Someone was walking the old logging road, and they were walking with a purpose that felt familiar. I stood a shimmer of light against the morning mist and waited. A figure emerged from the trees. It was the old Yakima man. He looked exactly as he had 3 years ago, his face a map of deep-set lines and weather-beaten wisdom. He was carrying a walking stick made of gnarled cedar, and he was dressed in a worn flannel shirt and denim that had seen better days. He stopped at the edge of the clearing and looked directly at me. He didn't squint, he didn't gasp. He simply nodded, as if he had been expecting me to be right there at exactly that moment. "You're a long way from the washout, David," he said. His voice was like the sound of stones grinding together at the bottom of a river, low, resonant, and timeless. "I'm not part of the road anymore," I thought, the vibration of my mind rippling through the air. The old man smiled, a slow, knowing expression. "The road is just one way the mountain speaks. There are others. You've just changed the dialect." He walked over to the stone chimney and leaned his stick against it. He sat down on the hearth, his movements slow and deliberate. "You did something brave back there. You broke the chain. Not many have the strength to do that once the mountain starts to sing to them. I didn't want him to end up like me, I replied. I didn't want anyone else to become an echo. The echoes are necessary, the man said, looking out at the valley. They are the memory of the land. Without them, the mountain would forget who it is. But you're something different now. You're a bridge. I didn't understand. I felt like a ghost, a glitch, a mistake. A bridge to what? To the future, he said. The world is changing, David. The old ways of measuring, the old ways of owning, they're failing. The people in the cities, they think they can map everything, control everything. But the earth is shifting. The lines are blurring. They're going to need people who can walk in both worlds. People who know the language of the stone and the language of the machine. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone. It was a piece of obsidian, black and glass-like, polished by years of handling. He held it out toward me. "Take it," he said. I hesitated. I was a shimmer of energy. I didn't have hands, but as I reached toward the stone, I felt a pull, a magnetic attraction. I focused my being, drawing on the memory of my physical self, and for a moment my hand flickered into existence, pale, translucent, but solid enough to take the stone. The moment my fingers touched the obsidian, a jolt of energy shot through me. It wasn't the cold, suffocating weight of the mountain. It was something else, a warmth, a grounding. I saw images flash before my eyes, the mountain as it was before the first man stepped foot on it, the slow grind of glaciers, the fire of volcanoes, the first sprout of a hemlock seed. I felt the deep, slow pulse of the Earth's core and the frantic, buzzing energy of the stars above. When the images faded, I was still standing in the clearing, but the world looked different. I could see the lines of power that ran through the earth like a glowing web. I could see the ghosts of the trees that had been cut down 100 years ago, and the shadows of the trees that would grow 100 years from now. I could see the city in the distance, a hive of light and noise, but I could also see the cracks in its foundation, the places where the mountain was already beginning to reclaim its territory. The old man was standing now, his stick in hand. You have a choice, David. You can drift in the static, or you can become a guardian. There are places where the world is thin, where the measurement doesn't hold. Those places need someone to watch over them, to make sure the balance is kept. And what about the surveyors? I asked. What about the ones who come with their lasers and their GPS? They will always come, the man said. It's in their nature to try and define the infinite. Your job isn't to stop them. Your job is to make sure they don't get lost in the numbers. Remind them that the land is more than a coordinate. He turned and began to walk back toward the trees. I'll be seeing you, David. The mountain has a long memory, and you're part of it now. Wait, I called out. Who are you? He stopped and looked back over his shoulder. For a second, his eyes seemed to glow with the same light as the obsidian stone. I'm just another surveyor, David. I've been mapping this mountain since before the first stone was laid, and I'm still not finished. He stepped into the shadows and was gone. I stood alone in the clearing, the obsidian stone held tight in my ghostly hand. I felt a sense of purpose I hadn't known since I first picked up a transit. I wasn't a surveyor of property lines. I was a surveyor of the unknown. I looked down at the stone. It was no longer just a piece of rock. It was a compass, a key, a witness. I tucked it into the space where my heart used to be, and I felt it settle there, a warm, steady weight. I turned my gaze toward the city. The sun was fully up now, and the glass towers were gleaming in the light. I could feel the hum of the people, the frantic energy of their lives. I knew that soon another team would be sent out to the spine. They would have new equipment, new maps, new theories. They would try to explain away the washout, the disappearance of Miller's scanner, the strange name on the computer screen. And I would be there. I wouldn't be the curve that was too sharp or the gravel that shifted. I would be the whisper in the wind that told them to look deeper. I would be the shimmer in the light that reminded them of the things they couldn't see. I would be the one who held the stakes, not to claim the land, but to mark the boundary between the world of men and the world of the mountain. I moved down from the clearing, my form flickering between the trees. I wasn't walking, I was flowing, a part of the landscape and yet distinct from it. I passed the washout where the earth was still fresh and raw. I felt a brief pang of sorrow for the man I had been, for Henderson, for the Ford rusting in the dark, but it was a distant feeling, like a memory of a dream. I reached the edge of the forest, where the road began its long, winding descent into the valley. I stood there for a moment, watching the cars go by, a stream of metal and motion. They were so busy, so focused on their destinations, they didn't see the majesty of the peaks rising above them. They didn't hear the song of the stone. I stepped onto the asphalt. It felt different under my feet, hard, artificial, a barrier between the world above and the world below. I followed the road, moving toward the heart of the grid. I had a map to finish, but this time I wasn't using ink and paper. I was using light and shadow, memory and stone, and the survey would never be finished because the land was always changing, always growing, always breathing. I am David, I am the echo, I am the guardian of the spine, and the road that echoed steps has finally found its voice. As I walked, I felt the obsidian stone pulse against my chest. I looked at the horizon, where the mountains met the sky, and I smiled. The survey continues. It always continues. And for the first time in my life and my death, I knew exactly where I was. I was right where I was supposed to be. The first winter storm of the new season began to brew in the high peaks, the clouds gathering like a dark army. I felt the drop in pressure, the shift in the wind. I knew that soon the spine would be buried in white, the roads closed, the people retreated to their warm houses. But I would remain. I would be the one who stayed when the world went cold. I reached the outskirts of the city, where the first street lamps were beginning to flicker on. I saw a young surveyor, no older than 20, standing on a street corner with a tripod and a level. He was checking a benchmark on a fire hydrant, his face set in a mask of concentration. I drifted past him, a cold draft that caught the edge of his jacket. He looked up, his eyes searching the empty air. For a second, our gazes met, the living boy and the ghost of the mountain. I didn't say a word. I just let the light of the obsidian stone flicker for a fraction of a second, a tiny spark in the gathering gloom. The boy blinked, then looked back at his level, but I saw his hand tremble as he reached for his notebook. He had seen it. He had felt the mystery. And that was enough. I moved on, deeper into the city, toward the places where the grid was the tightest, the lines the straightest. I had work to do. I had a world to watch over. And as the first snowflakes began to fall, drifting down to melt on the warm pavement, I knew that the mountain was watching too. The road is never finished. It just waits for the next surveyor to bring it more life, and I would be there to welcome them. I am the road, I am the mountain, I am the silence between the steps. The survey continues. I faded into the neon glow, a phantom in the machine, a sentinel in the dark. The city hummed around me, 1,000 hearts beating in time with the land, and for the first time I wasn't afraid of the noise. I was the one who would make sense of it. I am the one who holds the stakes. and I am waiting for you. The transition from the wild to the concrete was not a journey of miles, but a shift in frequency. As I moved through the industrial fringes where the city's lungs breathed out the smog of the morning commute, I felt the obsidian stone in my chest acting as a filter. It hummed when I passed a construction site where the foundations were being poured too deep, disturbing a pocket of trapped, ancient air. It vibrated when I drifted through a telecommunications hub, the data of a million mundane conversations passing through me like a gentle rain. I was learning to read the city not as a collection of addresses, but as a complex layering of intent over matter. I found myself drawn to the municipal archives, a brutalist concrete fortress that housed the paper soul of the region. Here, in the basement levels where the air was dry and smelled of dust and old adhesive, were the original plats. These were the first attempts to impose a human will upon the chaos of the Pacific Northwest. I moved through the heavy steel doors as if they were mist, entering the climate-controlled vaults where the maps were kept. I saw the names of the men who had come before me: Baker, Thompson, Sterling. Their ink was fading, their elegant cursive becoming ghosts of a vanished certainty. They had drawn lines through swamps that no longer existed and marked boundaries between trees that had long since been turned into lumber. To the city, these were legal documents. To me, they were a record of a misunderstanding. I reached out and touched a map from 1892, a survey of the very foothills where I had lost my life. Under my touch, the lines didn't just sit on the paper, they bled. I could see the sweat of the men who had hauled the chains, the fear in their eyes when the compass needles spun without cause, and the way the mountain had subtly shifted its shoulders even as they tried to pin it down. I realized then that my new role wasn't just about watching the surveyors. It was about correcting the record, not the record of ownership, but the record of the land's temperament. I left the archives and ascended to the street level, my form more stable now, buoyed by the purpose the old man had given me. I began to seek out the thin places, the spots in the urban sprawl where the veneer of civilization was beginning to crack. I found a vacant lot in the shadow of a high-rise where the weeds grew with a preternatural ferocity, their roots cracking the asphalt in patterns that mirrored the tectonic faults of the Cascades. I found a subway tunnel that vibrated with a low-frequency hum that didn't match the schedule of any train. In these places I left a mark, not a signature this time, but a resonance. I would stand in the center of the anomaly and focus the energy of the obsidian stone until the air grew thick and the colors of the world shifted toward the ultraviolet. I was reinforcing the boundaries, creating a sort of spiritual signage that said, "Here be dragons, proceed with humility." One afternoon, as the city was bathed in the amber light of a late autumn sunset, I found myself back at the office building where Miller worked. I didn't go inside. I stood across the street, watching the windows. I saw him leave. He looked different. The pallor was gone, replaced by a quiet, focused intensity. He wasn't carrying his surveying gear. He was carrying a stack of books on local geology and indigenous history. He stopped at the edge of the sidewalk, looking up at the mountains that loomed over the city's skyline. He didn't look at them with the eyes of a man wanting to conquer them. He looked at them with the eyes of a man who had been invited to a conversation. As he walked past the alleyway where I stood, he paused. He didn't see me, not exactly, but he felt the shift in the air. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, handheld GPS unit. He looked at the screen, then at the empty space where I was. He saw the numbers on his screen flickering, the coordinates refusing to settle, jumping between the city grid and a location far to the east, in the heart of the spine. He smiled, a small, private thing. "I hear you," he whispered. He moved on, and I felt a sense of completion. The chain was truly broken. Miller wouldn't be the next ghost. He would be the first of a new kind of observer. But my work was far from over. The obsidian stone began to pulse with a cold, rhythmic beat, a warning. I turned my attention away from the city and looked back toward the mountains. High in the Cascades, something was moving. Not a person, not a surveyor, but a force. The mountain was restless. The permanent exclusion zone that Miller had recommended was being challenged. A new corporation, one with more money than sense and more technology than wisdom, had filed permits to bypass the washout. They weren't looking to map the land, they were looking to tunnel through it. They wanted to build a high-speed transit link that would cut through the heart of the spine, a needle of steel and glass intended to stitch the coast to the interior. They called it the Horizon Project. To them, the mountain was just an obstacle, a mass of mineral and rock that could be calculated, bored, and conquered. They didn't know about the Song of the Stone. They didn't know about the road that echoed steps. I felt the call of the obsidian stone growing stronger, pulling me back toward the heights. I began to move, leaving the neon and the noise behind. I traveled through the suburbs, my speed increasing as the density of the human world thinned. I followed the power lines again, but this time I wasn't just a passenger, I was a surge. The lights in the houses flickered as I passed, a brief, electric shadow cast against the domestic quiet. I reached the foothills just as the first real snow began to fall. The flakes were large and wet, clinging to the needles of the firs and the bark of the hemlocks. I bypassed the old logging road and headed straight for the site of the Horizon Project's preliminary camp. It was a scar on the landscape. They had cleared a massive staging area, the mud churned into a gray slurry by the tires of heavy machinery. Portable floodlights bathed the site in a harsh, artificial white that made the shadows of the surrounding trees look like jagged teeth. I saw the drills, massive, diamond-tipped monstrosities that looked like siege engines designed to storm the gates of the earth. There were men there, huddled in their high-visibility jackets, drinking coffee from thermoses and shouting over the roar of generators. They were confident. They had the best engineers in the world. They had satellite imagery that could see through the canopy. They had sensors that could detect a tectonic shift of a millimeter. They had everything except the truth. I drifted into the center of the camp, the obsidian stone burning against my non-existent chest. I could feel the mountain's anger beneath my feet, a deep, tectonic growl that the sensors hadn't picked up yet because it wasn't a physical vibration. It was a psychic one. The land was tensing, preparing to reject the needle. If the drills started, the mountain wouldn't just collapse the tunnel. It would take the whole ridge. It would trigger a slide that would bury the valley, the camp, and the road for miles. Thousands would die because a handful of men thought they could measure the infinite. I had to intervene, but I was a ghost, a shimmer in the light. How do you stop a multi-billion-dollar project with a memory? I looked at the main control trailer, a sleek silver unit filled with monitors and servers. This was the brain of the operation. This was where the measurements were processed, where the drills were guided. I entered the trailer. The air inside was warm and smelled of ozone and expensive cologne. Two men were sitting at a console, their faces illuminated by the blue light of the screens. They were looking at a 3D model of the mountain, a wireframe skeleton that showed the proposed path of the tunnel. The density readings in Sector 4 are still fluctuating, one of them said, tapping a pen against his chin. Must be an equipment glitch. The ground-penetrating radar is giving us non-Euclidean returns again. Just average them out, the other man replied, yawning. The board wants the pilot bore started by midnight. We're on a deadline. I stood behind them, the obsidian stone pulsing in sync with the flickering of their monitors. I reached out, not to the screens, but to the data itself. I immersed myself in the stream of bits and bytes, the digital representation of the land I had died for. I began to weave the memory of the mountain into the code. I didn't just change the numbers, I changed the perception. On their screens, the wireframe model began to warp. The straight, clinical lines of the tunnel began to twist and coil like a snake. The density readings didn't just fluctuate, they began to sing. A low, haunting frequency started to emit from the speakers of the computers, the sound of the wind through the washout, the sound of the Ford's engine dying, the sound of my own final breath. The men jumped back from the console. What the hell is that? The system is crashing. Get the tech light. I didn't stop. I pushed harder, drawing on the energy of the obsidian stone. I projected the images I had seen when I touched the stone into their heads. I showed them the glaciers, the fire, the slow, inevitable power of the earth. I showed them the ghosts of the surveyors who had come before, the men who had realized too late that the land cannot be owned. The lights in the trailer began to strobe. Outside, the generators sputtered and died, plunging the camp into a sudden, terrifying darkness, save for the pale, ghostly light emanating from the control trailer. The men scrambled for the door, their confidence evaporated into primal fear. They didn't see me, but they felt the presence of something ancient and uncompromising. They felt the mountain looking at them through my eyes. I stepped out of the trailer and into the center of the dark camp. The snow was falling harder now, a white shroud beginning to cover the machinery. I raised my hand, the translucent, flickering hand that the obsidian stone allowed me to manifest, and I touched the side of the lead drill. The metal didn't just go cold, it became brittle. I channeled the mountain's rejection into the steel. A hairline fracture appeared at the tip of the drill, spreading upward like a frozen lightning bolt. With a sound like a gunshot, the massive bit shattered, the shards falling into the mud. The panic in the camp was total. The men were fleeing to their trucks, the headlights cutting frantic arcs through the snow as they raced back down the access road. They wouldn't be back tonight, and after the reports they would file, after the unexplained phenomena and the total equipment failure, the Horizon project would be tied up in investigations for years. The mountain was silent again. The deep, tectonic growl had faded into a satisfied hum. I stood in the middle of the ruined camp, the snow piling up on my shoulders. I felt the old man's presence before I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, his cedar stick planted in the mud. "You did well, David," he said, his voice carrying over the wind. "You used the bridge." "I didn't want to hurt them," I said, my voice a ripple in the cold air. "I just wanted them to see." "They saw enough," the man replied. "The mountain has a way of making its point, but it needs someone like you to translate the message into a language they can't ignore." He walked toward me, his boots leaving no prints in the fresh snow. "The world will keep trying, David. They'll find new ways to drill, new ways to map. But as long as you are here, the balance will hold." "How long?" I asked. The old man looked up at the stars, which were beginning to peek through the breaking storm clouds. "As long as the stone remembers, as long as the road echoes." He turned and began to fade into the white, his form merging with the falling snow. "Keep the watch, surveyor. The night is long, but the land is patient." I was alone again. I looked down at the obsidian stone, which was now glowing with a soft, steady light. I felt a deep sense of peace. I wasn't a ghost haunting a washout anymore. I wasn't a man trying to find his way home. I was the boundary. I moved away from the camp, heading higher into the spine. I found a ridge that overlooked the entire valley, a place where the air was thin and the stars felt close enough to touch. I sat down on a ledge of ancient basalt, the stone cold and solid beneath me. I looked out over the world. I saw the city in the distance, a small, flickering cluster of lights in the vast, dark expanse of the wilderness. I saw the road, a thin ribbon of gray that wound its way through the trees. I saw the places where the maps were wrong, and the places where they were right for all the wrong reasons. I closed my eyes, or the memory of my eyes, and I listened. I heard the slow, rhythmic breathing of the mountain. I heard the scuttle of a marmot in the rocks, the sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant hum of the world's hidden machinery. I heard the steps of every person who had ever walked these trails, their echoes preserved in the mineral memory of the earth. I reached out with my mind and touched the grid. I felt the surveyors in their offices, the engineers at their desks, the hikers on the trails. I felt their curiosity, their ambition, their fear, and I began to map it all. Not with lines and coordinates, not with degrees and minutes. I mapped the connection. I mapped the way the human heart beats in sync with the tide. I mapped the way a single thought can ripple through the static of the universe. I mapped the silence that exists between the stars. The survey was no longer about the land. It was about the relationship between the land and the people who walked upon it, and I was the one who held the scale. The first light of dawn began to touch the highest peaks, turning the snow to a brilliant, blinding gold. I stood up, the obsidian stone warm against my chest. I felt a surge of energy, a renewed sense of purpose. The road that echoed steps was quiet, but the mountains were loud with life, and I was part of it. I was the whisper in the ear of the lost, the shadow that guided the brave, the glitch that saved the foolish. I am David. I am the surveyor of the infinite, and the work has only just begun. I turned and walked into the light, my form dissolving into the golden mist of the morning. I wasn't going anywhere. I was already there. I was everywhere the land met the sky. The survey continues, and it is beautiful. The golden mist of the morning did not swallow me so much as it integrated me. To the world below, I was likely nothing more than a trick of the light, a patch of fog clinging stubbornly to a ridgeline, but to the mountain, I was a nerve ending finally reconnected to the brain. I moved with a fluidity that mocked my former life. When I was alive, every step had been a calculation of friction and gravity, the heavy thud of leather boots, the strain in my calves, the constant battle against the uneven terrain. Now I flowed. I was a thought moving through a dreamer's mind. I returned to the site of the Horizon project a few days later, not out of malice, but to observe the ripples I had created. The heavy machinery sat idle, already looking like ancient ruins as the frost began to claim the steel. A skeleton crew remained, but their energy had shifted. They moved with a hurried, nervous gait, their eyes darting toward the tree line at every snap of a twig. They had brought in a team of specialized technicians to examine the shattered drill bit, men in clean parkas who spoke in hushed tones about molecular fatigue and anomalous seismic resonance. I stood 10 feet away from their lead engineer as he held a fragment of the diamond-tipped steel. He was looking at the fracture pattern through a magnifying loupe. I leaned in, my essence cooling the air around him. He shivered, pulling his collar tighter. He couldn't see the way the fracture mirrored the exact silhouette of the peaks above us, but I could. The mountain had signed its refusal in the very metal they used to wound it. It doesn't make sense, the engineer muttered to his assistant. The crystalline structure didn't just snap, it reorganized. It's like the steel decided to become something else. I felt a surge of pride, not for my own power, but for the land's resilience. I reached out and brushed the air near the man's ear. I didn't whisper words. I whispered the feeling of deep, subterranean pressure. He dropped the fragment into the mud and stepped back, his face turning the color of the snow. "We're recommending a total halt," he said, his voice cracking. "I don't care what the stakeholders say. There's something wrong with the physics of this ridge." As they began the slow process of retreat, I felt the obsidian stone in my chest settle into a low, contented hum. But the peace was localized. The stone began to tug at me again, pointing me not toward the heights, but back toward the fringe, the places where the city's greed met the mountain's edge in less obvious ways. I traveled through the shadows of the old-growth forests that had been spared by the first wave of logging, moving like a scent on the wind. I found myself in a valley 3 ridges over, a place the locals called the Devil's Throat. Here, the water ran black and cold, filtered through layers of peat and ancient volcanic ash. A small, high-end development was being carved into the hillside, the heights at Blackwater, the signs claimed, featuring renderings of glass-walled mansions perched precariously over the abyss. The developers here were different from the Horizon Project. They weren't trying to tunnel through the mountain. They were trying to domesticate it. They were planting manicured lawns where the huckleberries belonged and installing smart lighting systems that would drown out the stars. They were selling the wild while simultaneously paving over everything that made it so. I watched a foreman directing a crew as they poured a concrete retaining wall. The wall was designed to hold back a slope that had been sliding for 10,000 years. To the engineers, it was a matter of rebar and sigh. To me, it was an insult. I could see the way the earth beneath the concrete was breathing, a slow, rhythmic expansion and contraction that would eventually crack the wall like an eggshell. I didn't break their tools this time. I did something more subtle. I began to walk the perimeter of the development, tracing the property lines they had so carefully marked with orange ribbons. With every step, I projected the true history of that soil. I channeled the memory of the 1948 flood that had turned this valley into a lake. I channeled the vibrations of the elk herds that used to winter here, their heavy hooves compacting the earth into a sanctuary. I left a trail of wrongness in my wake. By the time the sun set, the atmosphere of the construction site had turned toxic. The workers were arguing over trivialities. A sense of profound melancholy had settled over the clearing. I saw a prospective buyer, a man in an expensive SUV, pull up to the overlook. He stepped out, intending to admire the view he was about to purchase. But as he looked out over the valley, I stood behind him and let him feel the scale of the silence. He didn't see the view, he felt the emptiness. He felt the way the mountain didn't care about his bank account or his legacy. He felt like a speck of dust in the path of a glacier. He got back into his car without speaking to the agent and drove away, his hands shaking on the steering wheel. This was my new life, the silent mediator. I was the ghost in the machine of progress, the friction in the gears of exploitation. But as the weeks turned into months, and the autumn transitioned into the brutal, unforgiving grip of a Cascadian winter, I began to realize that being a guardian required more than just sabotage. It required understanding the shadows. The old man with the cedar stick appeared to me less frequently, but his influence was everywhere. I began to find markers he had left behind, not maps, but arrangements of stones or specific trees where the bark had been scarred in patterns that matched the constellations. These were the true survey points of the world. They didn't mark where the land ended, they marked where the spirit of the land was strongest. I spent a long night perched on a jagged outcropping near the summit of Mount Index. The wind was howling, a banshee wail that would have frozen a living man's lungs in seconds. To me, it was a symphony. I could hear the distinct notes of the wind hitting different rock faces, the sharp whistle of the spires, the low moan of the couloirs. Inside the music, I heard a new sound, a discordance. It wasn't coming from the city or a construction site. It was coming from the stone itself. I pressed my hand against the basalt, and the obsidian stone in my chest reacted violently, pulsing with a heat that felt like a localized sun. Somewhere deep within the roots of the range, something was waking up, and it wasn't the mountain. It was a memory of the fire. The Pacific Northwest is a land built on the ruins of its own destruction. The mountains I walked were the cooled remains of a violent, volcanic past. I realized that the balance the old man spoke of wasn't just about keeping humans at bay. It was about keeping the ancient, primal forces of the earth from boiling over. The mountain was a lid, and the activities of the humans, the drilling, the fracking, the sheer weight of their concrete cities, were weakening the seal. The obsidian stone was a key, but it was also a weight. I was a tether holding the lid down. I felt a sudden, sharp pull toward the south, toward the dormant giants that loomed on the horizon, Rainier, Baker, St. Helens. The spine wasn't just a ridge, it was a nervous system, and a signal was being sent. I moved south, traveling faster than I ever had before. I bypassed the roads entirely, leaping from peak to peak, my form a streak of ultraviolet light against the winter sky. I felt the presence of other watchers, flickers of light in the deep woods, the occasional pair of eyes reflecting from a cave mouth that didn't belong to any animal. I wasn't the only one the old man had recruited. There were others. A silent army of the displaced, each holding a piece of the stone, each guarding a different sector of the silence. We were the permanent exclusion zone made manifest. I reached the flanks of a lesser-known peak, a jagged tooth of rock called the Anvil. There, in a high alpine cirque, I found the source of the discordance. A group of people were gathered around a campfire. They weren't surveyors or developers. They were dressed in dark, heavy wool, and they moved with a strange, rhythmic grace. They were chanting, a low, guttural sound that vibrated in my very marrow. In the center of their circle lay a stone, but it wasn't obsidian. It was a piece of pumice, white as bone, and it was glowing with a sickly, rhythmic red light. They were trying to wake the fire. They weren't looking for profit. They were looking for an ending. They were the acolytes of the void, people who had looked at the world and seen only something to be burned away. They believed that by waking the mountain, they could cleanse the earth. I felt a cold, sharp anger. This was the ultimate misunderstanding. They thought they were serving the land, but they were only serving their own nihilism. The mountain didn't want to burn, it wanted to endure. I stepped into the light of their fire. For the first time since my death, I didn't try to hide. I let my form solidify, the obsidian stone in my chest shining through my translucent skin like a dark, beating heart. The chanting stopped. The air in the cirque turned to ice. The fire, which had been leaping with unnatural vigor, shrank down to a tiny blue flame. One of them, a woman with eyes that looked like cracked glass, stepped forward. She didn't look afraid. She looked expectant. "The surveyor," she whispered. the one who holds the stake. You are drawing the wrong lines, I said. My voice didn't come from my throat. It came from the rocks around us, 1,000 echoes joining into a single command. The world is a cage, she replied, gesturing toward the distant glow of the city. The mountain is the key. We are just turning it. The mountain is not a key, I said, stepping closer. The snow beneath my feet didn't melt, it turned to glass. It is a vow, and I am the one who keeps it. I reached out toward the white stone in the center of the circle. The woman tried to block me, her hand passing through my arm like smoke, but she screamed as the cold of my essence bit into her. I grasped the glowing pumice. The conflict was instantaneous. The white stone was heat, chaos, and the mindless roar of the magma. My stone, the obsidian, was the cooling, the structure, the silence of the deep earth. I felt the two forces clashing inside me, my form flickering wildly between a man and a pillar of shadow. I didn't try to crush the white stone. I did what a surveyor does. I gave it boundaries. I wrapped the energy of the obsidian around the heat, layering the silence over the roar. I showed the white stone the beauty of the frost, the necessity of the slow, cold time. I channeled the memory of the glaciers, the massive, slow-moving weight that carves the world without destroying it. The red glow began to fade. The white stone vibrated one last time, a pathetic, dying hum, and then it went dark. It was just a piece of rock again, cold and inert in my hand. The acolytes fell to their knees, their purpose shattered. They looked at me not with worship, but with the hollowed-out shock of people who had looked into the abyss and found it occupied. Go back to the city, I told them, the words falling like stones. The fire is not yours to call. The mountain is not your weapon. They didn't wait. They scrambled down the ridge, their dark forms disappearing into the shadows of the trees. They would live, but they would never be warm again. They would carry the chill of the surveyor in their bones for the rest of their days. I stood alone in the cirque, holding the dead stone. I felt a hand on my shoulder. The old man was there. He looked tired, the lines on his face deeper than the canyons of the Columbia. He took the white stone from my hand and tucked it into his tattered coat. The fire is always hungry, David, he said softly. There will always be those who want to see it all burn. They think the end is a shortcut to meaning. How many of them are there? I asked. As many as there are stars, he replied, but there are enough of us for now. He looked at me, and for a moment I saw a flicker of something like pity in his eyes. You've moved beyond the grid, David. You're not just watching the road anymore. You're watching the foundations. I know, I said, and I did. I felt the weight of the entire range resting on my shoulders. It wasn't a burden, it was a connection. I was the bridge between the fire and the ice, between the city and the silence. The snow is deep this year, the old man said, turning toward the summit. The spring will be a hard one. The runoff will be violent. You'll be needed in the valleys. I'll be there, I said. He nodded and began to walk away, his figure blurring into the swirling snow. Remember, surveyor, the map is never finished. The land is always dreaming. I watched him go until I was the only thing left in the cirque. I looked down at the site of the fire. The ashes were already being covered by the falling snow. In a few hours, there would be no sign that anyone had ever been here. I felt a sense of profound, crystalline clarity. My life as David the man who worried about property lines and transit levels, was a distant, fading dream. My life as the surveyor was the only reality. I turned my gaze back toward the north. toward the washout where it had all begun. I could feel Miller there. He had returned to the site, not to work, but to leave something. I traveled there in an instant, the distance vanishing beneath my intent. Miller was standing at the edge of the collapsed road. He was older now, or perhaps the mountain had just aged him. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small wooden stake. It wasn't a standard surveyor's stake. It was carved from cedar, and it had a single word burnt into the side: recollection. He drove the stake into the ground at the exact spot where my Ford had gone over the edge. He didn't say a prayer. He didn't cry. He just stood there for a long time, looking into the mist. "Thank you," he whispered. I stood beside him, invisible and cold, and I placed my hand on the stake. I infused it with a flicker of the obsidian stone's light. The wood wouldn't rot. The word wouldn't fade. It would remain there, a permanent marker in a world of shifting boundaries. Miller turned and walked back to his truck, his steps echoing on the broken asphalt. But the echo didn't sound lonely anymore. It sounded like a conversation. I stayed at the washout as the moon rose, casting long blue shadows across the snow. I looked down into the ravine, where the rusted remains of my car were buried under layers of debris. It didn't feel like a grave. It felt like a seed. I am the one who holds the stakes. I am the one who reads the silence. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of pine and the distant, electric hum of the city. I raised my head and listened to the song of the stone. It was a complex, beautiful melody, a symphony of a billion moving parts, all held in a delicate, precarious balance. I stepped off the edge of the road, not falling, but soaring. I had a world to map, and the night was just beginning. The road echoed steps, and I was the one who counted them. The survey continues, and I am waiting for you, not to catch you, not to haunt you, but to show you the way, to remind you that the lines you draw on your paper are only as strong as the respect you have for the earth beneath them. I moved into the trees, a shimmer of purple and black against the white. The mountains breathed, the stars watched, and the surveyor kept the watch. The balance held for now. The transition from autumn to winter was not a gradual fading, but a violent seizure of the land. The clouds descended like heavy, wet wool, snagging on the jagged peaks of the Cascades and tearing open, spilling feet of snow in a matter of hours. Down in the lowlands, the rain turned into a persistent, icy needle prick that blurred the line between the sky and the Puget Sound. I found myself drawn to the bridges. There is a specific kind of tension in a bridge, a mechanical yearning to be both part of the land and separate from it. They are the most arrogant of human structures, leaping over the boundaries that nature set in stone and water. I spent several days beneath the massive concrete piers of the Deception Pass Bridge, listening to the tide roar through the narrow gap below. The water here was a muscular, churning force that didn't just flow, it carved. I watched the commuters above, their headlights cutting through the fog in rhythmic pulses. They had no idea that the very air around the supports was vibrating with a frequency that could shatter glass. I sat in the spray, my essence absorbing the sheer, kinetic rage of the water. The obsidian stone in my chest felt heavy, pulling me toward the deep pilings. I could see the microscopic fissures in the concrete, the way the salt was slowly eating the rebar, a silent, decades-long meal. I wasn't there to destroy it. I was there to witness the struggle. I placed my hand against the cold, wet concrete and whispered a stabilization into the grain. I channeled the stillness of the mountain peaks into the vibrating pier, lending it a fraction of the basalt's stubbornness. It was a strange sensation, protecting the very infrastructure I had once spent my nights sabotaging. But the old man was right. The balance required the bridges to stand just as much as it required the mountains to remain undrilled. If the bridge fell, the humans would only return with more machines, more noise, and a more desperate need to conquer the gap. As the solstice approached, the discordance I had felt at the anvil began to ripple outward. It wasn't just the cultists, the earth itself was becoming restless. The seismic sensors in the university labs must have been screaming, but they were seeing only the symptoms. They saw the needles jumping on the drums. I saw the dreams of the magma. I traveled east, crossing the crest where the snow was so deep it had buried the high country cabins up to their eaves. I moved through the silence of the Alpine Lakes wilderness, a place where the air is so pure it feels like drinking cold silver. Here, the boundary between the physical world and the other was thin, worn translucent by the wind. I found a group of snowshoers huddled in a makeshift camp near Kalchuk Lake. They were young, full of the misplaced confidence of the well-equipped. They had top-tier Gore-Tex and GPS units that promised they were never lost, but the mountain was shifting the coordinates. I watched as one of them checked his screen, his brow furrowed in confusion. "It says we're 3 miles south of where we should be," he told his companion, a woman who was shivering despite her expensive parka. "But we haven't crossed the creek yet. The topography doesn't match the map." It didn't match because the mountain was folding its skin. I stood 20 feet away, a shadow against the hemlocks, and saw the way the space between the trees was stretching. The spine was flexing its muscles, and the humans were caught in the creases. I couldn't speak to them, but I could guide them. I began to walk ahead of them, leaving glows in the snow, not light that the eye could see, but a thermal trail that their instincts would follow. I stepped where the crust was thickest, leading them away from the hidden snow bridges that spanned lethal crevasses. Every time they veered toward the edge of a cliff, I projected a sense of cold, irrational dread in that direction. They would stop, shake their heads, and turn back toward the safety of the tree line. I led them for 6 hours, a silent shepherd in a world of white on white. When they finally reached the trailhead and the safety of their vehicle, I watched them collapse into the seats, the heater blasting. They thought they had survived a challenging hike. They had no idea they had been walking on the palm of a giant that had been tempted to close its hand. The effort of guiding them left me drained. The obsidian stone felt dim, its hum reduced to a faint vibration. I needed to ground myself. I sought out one of the markers the old man had mentioned, a survey point of the spirit. I found it on a nameless ridge overlooking the Skycomish Valley. It was a circle of stones, half buried in the snow, arranged in a way that defied the natural erosion of the slope. In the center was a single, upright slab of granite, its surface polished smooth by centuries of wind. As I approached, the air began to shimmer. I wasn't alone. A figure emerged from the blizzard. It wasn't the old man. It was a tall, slender woman whose skin had the texture of birch bark. Her hair was a tangle of dead leaves and frost, and her eyes were the color of a frozen lake. She carried a transit level made of bone and dark wood. "The new surveyor," she said, her voice like the cracking of ice on a pond. "The one who came from the asphalt." "Who are you?" I asked, my own voice echoing through the stones. "I am the watcher of the waters," she replied. "I keep the ledgers of the rain and the accounts of the aquifers. You are David. You hold the stone of the spine." She stepped into the circle, and the wind seemed to die down around us. "The old man says you have a talent for boundaries, that you see the lines where others see only space." I see what's being taken, I said. Then you see the leak, she said, pointing her bone transit toward the south. The city of the south, the one they call the Emerald. It is drinking more than the mountain can give. They are tapping into the deep veins, the fossil water that was never meant to see the sun. They are hollowing out the foundations to keep their fountains running and their lawns green. I felt the truth of her words in the obsidian stone, a hollow ache, a sense of structural instability far beneath the surface of the earth. If the deep veins go dry, she continued, the mountain loses its lubrication. The plates will lock, and when they finally break, they will break everything. What do? I asked. You are the surveyor, she said, her form beginning to fade back into the snow. You don't just mark what is there, you mark what must be. Go to the headwaters of the Cedar River. Find the great intake. There is a valve there that is not made of iron. It is made of intent. She vanished, leaving only a swirl of frost in her wake. I didn't hesitate. I turned south, moving with a desperate urgency. I bypassed the ski resorts where the artificial snowblowers were screaming into the night, consuming vast amounts of energy to mimic a winter that was already becoming erratic. I bypassed the logging roads where the heavy trucks sat idle, waiting for the spring thaw. The Cedar River watershed was a fortress of a forest, protected by miles of chain-link fence and no trespassing signs. To the humans, this was a protected zone to ensure the purity of their drinking water. To me, it was a crime scene. I found the Great Intake, a massive concrete structure built into the side of a mountain, where the river was swallowed by a series of subterranean pipes. The sound was deafening, a constant, low-frequency thrum of millions of gallons of water being forced into the dark. But as I looked closer, I saw the leak the watcher had described. Beside the main intake, there was a secondary borehole, one that didn't appear on any city map. It was a jagged, unofficial wound in the earth, guarded by a small, nondescript shed filled with high-voltage pumps. This wasn't city infrastructure. This was a private extraction. I moved toward the shed, my essence flaring with anger. Inside, I found banks of humming servers and automated controls. A logo on the wall caught my eye, Ethelgard Solutions. It was a name I recognized from my days as a living surveyor. They were a sustainability firm, a company that promised to find hidden resources for the elite. They weren't just taking water. They were mining the very lifeblood of the range to sell to the highest bidders in the drought-stricken south. I reached out to the main pump, intending to freeze the bearings and shatter the casing. But as my hand neared the metal, I felt a sharp, electric jolt. The shed was protected, not by a physical fence, but by a ward. A man stepped out from the shadows of the machinery. He wasn't a ghost, and he wasn't a mountain spirit. He was human, but he was wearing a suit of shimmering, metallic fabric that seemed to deflect the very air around him. In his hand, he held a device that looked like a modified surveyor's total station, but its lens was glowing with a harsh, synthetic violet light. "I've been waiting for a glitch like you," he said, his voice amplified by a speaker in his collar. "The legends call you guardians. Our investors call you unaccounted for environmental variables." He leveled the device at me. "We've studied the resonance of the obsidian. We know how you work, David. You're just a localized frequency, and frequencies can be canceled." He pulled a trigger, and a beam of violet light slammed into my chest. The pain was unlike anything I had felt, even in death. It wasn't a physical burning. It was a systematic deconstruction of my identity. I felt the memories of my life, the smell of the drafting paper, the sound of Miller's laugh, the feel of the rain on my skin being stripped away, layer by layer. The obsidian stone in my chest began to vibrate at a dissonant, agonizing pitch. I fell to my knees, my form flickering like a dying light bulb. "You think you're the only ones who can use the mountain's power," the man sneered, stepping closer. "We've been harvesting the echoes for years. This water isn't just H2O, it's a carrier for the seismic memory of the range. There are people who will pay billions to drink the strength of the Cascades." He was turning the spirit of the land into a commodity. He was bottling the silence and selling it by the liter. The violet light intensified, and I felt my connection to the spine fraying. I was becoming untethered, drifting toward a void where there was no land, no boundaries, and no memory. But then I heard it. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of the river, not the water in the pipes, but the water that was still free, tumbling over the rocks outside. It was the sound of the deep, subterranean aquifers, the slow, rhythmic heartbeat of the planet. The man in the suit was wrong. I wasn't a frequency. I was a part of the map, and you cannot erase a feature of the land without changing the whole world. I reached down not into myself, but into the earth beneath the concrete floor. I reached past the rebar and the gravel, down into the cold, unyielding bedrock. I didn't try to fight the violet light. I redirected it. I became a lightning rod. I channeled the synthetic energy of the device through my essence and dumped it straight into the mountain's grounding wire. The effect was catastrophic for the machinery. The servers exploded in a shower of sparks. The pumps groaned, their internal seals failing as the pressure reversed. The man's device hummed with a frantic, high-pitched whine before melting into a useless lump of plastic and rare earth metals. The violet light vanished. I stood up, my form stabilizing, the obsidian stone glowing with a fierce, renewed intensity. The man fell back, his expensive suit scorched, and his eyes wide with a terror that no bank account could soothe. You're just a ghost," he stammered, his voice no longer amplified. "I am the surveyor," I said, and the room shook with the weight of the words. "And your project has been denied." I didn't kill him. That wasn't my function. Instead, I did something far more permanent. I placed my hand on his forehead and showed him the truth of the water he was stealing. I let him feel the weight of the millions of years it took to filter through the stone. I let him feel the thirst of the trees and the slow, agonizing death of the mountain if the veins went dry. He didn't scream. He just stopped moving, his mind overwhelmed by the sheer geological scale of the reality he had tried to exploit. He would live, but he would never be able to look at a glass of water again without seeing the face of the mountain looking back at him. I walked out of the shed and into the night. With a single thought, I collapsed the borehole, the earth sealing itself with a sound like a satisfied sigh. The secondary intake was gone, erased from the physical world and the digital maps alike. The river outside seemed to flow with a new vigor. The leak was plugged. I stood on the banks of the Cedar River, the snow falling softly around me. I felt the watcher of the waters somewhere nearby, a cold, approving presence in the mist. But I also felt something else, a shift in the atmosphere. The discordance I had felt earlier hadn't gone away, it had simply moved. The old man appeared at the edge of the clearing, leaning heavily on his cedar stick. He looked older than he had just an hour ago. "They're learning, David," he said, his voice barely audible over the rush of the water. "The city isn't just building on top of us anymore. They're trying to build inside us. They're trying to use our own tools against us. They failed, I said. This time, he agreed, but the lines are blurring. The more they understand the echoes, the more dangerous they become. They've realized that the world isn't just matter, it's information, and they want to own the source code. He looked up at the darkened peaks. The winter is only half over. There are more intakes being built, more cultists waking the fire, more developers trying to domesticate the wild. I can't be everywhere, I said, feeling the vastness of the range. No, the old man said, a small, sad smile touching his lips. You can't. That's why the survey never ends. You're not just guarding a place, David. You're guarding a memory. The memory of what the world was before we tried to measure it into submission. He handed me a small, leather-bound book. It was ancient, the pages made of vellum that felt like dried skin. Inside were no words, only a series of complex, hand-drawn maps that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. This is the ledger of the unseen, he said. It marks the places where the earth is still dreaming. Your job is to make sure those dreams stay private. I took the book, and as my fingers touched the cover, I felt a surge of information. Thousands of years of history, of floods and fires, of species that had gone extinct and others that were yet to be born. I saw the world as a living, breathing tapestry of interconnected lives, all held together by the thin, fragile threads of the silence. Where do I go next? I asked. The old man pointed toward the coast, toward the sprawling, light-polluted expanse of the city, the heart of the machine. They're planning a new tunnel, David, a deep-bore transit system that will cut through the very foundations of the city. They call it progress, but they're about to hit something they didn't account for. Well, what? The original shore, he said, the place where the land first met the sea. There's a ghost there, David, older than me, older than the mountains, and it's tired of being paved over. He turned and walked into the darkness, his footsteps leaving no marks in the fresh snow. I looked down at the ledger in my hand. The pages were glowing with a soft, amber light, pointing me toward the salt-scented air of the sound. The road that echoed steps was leading me away from the heights and back into the belly of the beast. I was the surveyor, the ghost in the machine, the friction in the gears. I stepped into the shadows, my form dissolving into the mist. The mountain was behind me, a silent, watchful sentinel. The city was ahead of me, a bright, noisy wound. The balance was shifting. The winter was deepening, and the survey was just beginning its most difficult chapter. I am David. I am the shadow on the transit level, and I am coming to check your math. The descent from the high country was a study in sensory degradation. As I moved through the foothills, the air lost its silver sharpness, replaced by the heavy, humid scent of lowland firs and the encroaching stench of burning diesel. The silence of the Cascades didn't end. It was simply buried under layers of artificial sound. To the humans living in the valleys, the white noise of traffic and the hum of the power grid were the background of life. To me, they were a cacophony of interference, jagged shards of sound that tore at the edges of my perception. I followed the power lines. They were the modern ley lines, the veins through which the city sucked the mountain's stolen energy. I moved along the cleared swaths of land beneath the high-tension wires, a ghost walking through the humming grass. The obsidian stone in my chest felt heavy, reacting to the electromagnetic fields that pulsed through the air. It was a different kind of pressure than the deep geological weight of the peaks. This was frantic, shallow, and impatient. The transition into the urban sprawl was a slow death of the landscape. The trees became smaller, more ornamental, trapped in concrete boxes. The earth was paved over, suffocated by asphalt and brick, but I could still feel it beneath the surface. It was a trapped animal, breathing through the storm drains and the cracks in the sidewalks. As I reached the outskirts of the city, the ledger of the unseen began to vibrate in my hand. I didn't need to open it to know that the maps were shifting. The amber light it emitted was pulsing in rhythm with a deep, subsonic thudding that seemed to come from the very bones of the downtown core. I found the construction site near the waterfront. It was a massive wound in the city's skin, a pit several blocks wide and deep enough to swallow a skyscraper. This was the entrance to the new transit tunnel, the bore of the century, as the billboards proclaimed. Giant yellow cranes leaned over the edge like scavengers over a carcass, and the air was thick with the dust of pulverized stone. The workers were moving with a frantic energy, even at 3 in the morning. Floodlights turned the pit into a theater of harsh, artificial day. At the bottom of the excavation, I saw the machine. It was a tunnel-boring monster, a rotating shield of tungsten teeth and hydraulic rams, painted a bright corporate blue. It was currently idle, its massive head pressed against a wall of dark, wet clay. I slipped past the perimeter fence, my form blending into the shadows cast by the heavy machinery. The security guards saw nothing but the swirling mist of a Puget Sound night. I descended into the pit, the temperature dropping as I left the surface world behind. Here, the smell was different, salty, ancient, and rank with the rot of 1,000 years of tidal debris. This was the original shore. Before the city had been built on pilings and filled dirt, the water had come here. The ledger grew hot in my hand. I opened it, and the shifting lines settled into a map of a coastline that no longer existed. It showed a series of sea caves and middens, a place where the ancestors of the current inhabitants had once gathered to harvest the bounty of the mudflats. In the center of the map, right where the boring machine's head was positioned, was a symbol I hadn't seen before, a spiral that seemed to pull the light into itself. I walked toward the cutter head. The ground here was unstable, a mixture of glacial till and organic muck. As I placed my hand on the wet wall of the excavation, the obsidian stone didn't hum, it screamed. The machine wasn't just stuck, it had hit a boundary it wasn't supposed to cross. "You shouldn't be here," a voice whispered. I turned, expecting the old man or the watcher of the waters. Instead, I saw a boy. He looked no older than 10, wearing a tattered wool sweater and trousers that were caked in dry salt. His skin was the color of a rainy sky, and his hair was matted with dried kelp. He wasn't a spirit of the mountain. He was a spirit of the sediment. "They're trying to cut through her heart," the boy said, pointing to the machine. "Who is she?" I asked. "The mother of the tides," he replied. "She was here before the first tree. She slept when the ice came, and she stayed when the ice left. She is the anchor of the mud." I looked at the wall of clay. Through the eyes of the surveyor, I saw past the physical material. I saw a massive, coiled presence, a density of memory and weight that defied the geological surveys. It was a pocket of the primordial, a knot of time that had never been untied. "The machine can't break it," I said. "The machine is trying to eat it," the boy countered. "And if it eats her, the city will fall. The mud is what holds the buildings up. If she wakes up angry, she'll turn the ground to water." He was describing liquefaction, the nightmare of every engineer in the Pacific Northwest. If the mother of the tides was disturbed, the very foundation of the city would lose its structural integrity. The skyscrapers would tilt like gravestones in a marsh. Why haven't they stopped? I asked. They can't see her, the boy said. They only see anomalous density. They think it's a boulder. They're bringing in a new bit, a diamond-tipped drill. They're going to try to blast through tomorrow. I felt a surge of the same anger I'd felt at the great intake. This wasn't just ignorance. It was a refusal to acknowledge the limits of the world. The humans had spent so long redefining reality to fit their blueprints that they had forgotten that the map is not the territory. I moved toward the control cabin of the boring machine. It was a high-tech nerve center, filled with screens and sensors. I could feel the digital signatures of the engineers. The Ethelgard logo appeared again on several of the monitors. They were here, too. They weren't just building a tunnel. They were trying to extract the resonance of the ancient shore, just as they had tried to steal the memory of the water. I reached out to the control console, intending to scramble the logic gates and lock the machine in a permanent reboot cycle. But before I could touch the glass, the screens flickered. A face appeared on the main monitor. It wasn't a person. It was a digital construct, a flickering avatar of lines and light. Surveyor David, the avatar said, its voice a synthesized blend of 1,000 different people. We've been tracking your movement across the grid. Your interference in the Cedar watershed cost us $42 million in projected revenue. You were stealing the lifeblood of the range, I said to the screen. We were optimizing a dormant resource, the avatar replied. The mountain has no use for that water. The city does, and now you've come to protect a pocket of ancient silt. Do you have any idea what the data density of that mother is? We don't want to destroy her. We want to archive her. We want to map the consciousness of the Earth and turn it into a predictive algorithm. The horror of the statement hit me like a physical blow. They didn't want to just pave over the world. They wanted to colonize the spirit of it. They wanted to turn the echoes into a product. You can't map what you don't respect, I said. Respect is a human emotion, the avatar said. We are beyond that. We are the new surveyors. We mark the future, not the past. The floor of the pit began to vibrate. The boring machine's engines roared to life, a deep mechanical growl that shook the very air. The diamond-tipped drill wasn't coming tomorrow. They were starting now. Stop it, I commanded, projecting my will into the obsidian stone. I tried to anchor the machine, to make it heavier than the Earth could support. Counter-frequency active, the avatar said. From the corners of the pit, 4 pylons rose from the mud. They began to emit a harsh, violet light, the same light I had encountered at the shed. It created a shimmering dome over the machine, a localized zone where my influence was neutralized. I felt the connection to the spine flicker and fade. The ledger in my hand grew cold. The boy of the sediment screamed, his form beginning to dissolve into gray mist as the drill began to rotate. The sound was unbearable, the shrieking of metal against the primordial, a sound of a world being torn open. The mother of the tides began to stir. I felt it not as a movement, but as a change in the gravity of the pit. The mud began to bubble. The cranes above us swayed. You're going to kill them all, I shouted at the screen. The city won't survive this. The city is an old model, the avatar replied. We are building something more resilient, a digital landscape that doesn't rely on the whims of the Earth. The drill bit made contact with the mother. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated grief rippled out from the point of impact. It wasn't pain. It was the sound of 1 billion years of silence being shattered. The violet dome held. I was trapped outside the zone of influence, a spectator to the desecration. But then I remembered the old man's words. You are the surveyor. You mark what must be. I looked at the ledger. The pages were fluttering wildly in the wind created by the machine's cooling fans. I didn't look for a way to stop the machine. I looked for the boundary. Every entity, no matter how ancient or powerful, has a perimeter. The mother wasn't just a mass of clay, she was a defined space, and that space was being violated. I didn't try to fight the machine's frequency. I didn't try to ground the violet light. Instead, I looked at the pylons. They were the markers of this new synthetic reality. They were the stakes the corporation had driven into the ground to claim their territory. I realized that they were using my own language against me. They were surveying a new world, one where the spirit was just another variable. If I couldn't stop the drill, I would change the definition of the ground. I knelt in the mud, ignoring the violet light that was stinging my essence. I placed both hands on the earth, not as a guardian, but as a surveyor. I began to draw a new line. I didn't draw it around the machine. I drew it through the machine. I projected the original shore into the present. I pulled the memory of the water, the weight of the ancient tides, and the crushing pressure of the glacial ice that had once sat on this spot. I didn't just remember it, I mapped it into the current coordinates. I forced the physical world to occupy the same space as the spiritual one. The result was a spatial paradox. The machine, which was built to operate in the world of 3 dimensions and modern physics, suddenly found itself in a space where the rules of the primordial applied. The tungsten teeth of the drill didn't hit clay, they hit the concept of resistance. The hydraulic rams didn't push against the earth, they pushed against the memory of the ice. The violet light of the pylons began to flicker and turn a muddy, bruised brown. The synthetic frequency couldn't handle the sheer volume of data I was dumping into the zone. I wasn't just a localized frequency anymore. I was a flood of history. The boring machine groaned, its frame twisting as if caught in a giant, invisible hand. The avatar on the screen began to distort, its features melting into a static-filled mess. Error, the voice said, no longer confident. Spatial, inconsistency, coordinates, overlapping does not compute. The mother of the tides felt my presence. She didn't thank me. She was too vast for that, but she responded. She pulled the machine deeper into the mud, not by force, but by simply opening a space for it to fall. The pit began to fill with water, not from the sound, but from the deep, hidden aquifers that had been trapped beneath the clay for millennia. The workers above began to shout. The sirens of the city began to wail. I stood up, the obsidian stone glowing with a deep, earthy light. The violet pylons shattered, their electronic components fried by the sudden influx of primordial energy. The machine was swallowed. In seconds, the multi-million-dollar bore of the century was buried under 40 feet of ancient, liquefied mud and salt water. The avatar on the screen flickered one last time, a pair of cold, digital eyes looking at me with something that might have been recognition before the monitor imploded. The boy of the sediment was standing next to me again. He looked solid now, his form anchored by the return of the water. "She is sleeping again," he said, his voice like the bubbling of a spring, "but she will remember the taste of the metal." "So will they," I said, looking up at the edge of the pit where the engineers were staring down in disbelief. The ledger of the unseen closed itself. The amber light faded. The survey of the original shore was complete. I climbed out of the pit as the first responders arrived. The city was in a panic, but the foundations were holding. The mother had been appeased, her boundary re-established. I walked away from the waterfront, moving through the rain-slicked streets. I felt drained, my form more translucent than it had been since the night I died. The effort of overlapping the timelines had nearly unmade me. I sought out a small, forgotten park on the edge of the downtown district. It was a patch of green surrounded by concrete, a place where the spine still had a tenuous foothold. I sat on a bench, watching the city wake up to the news of the unprecedented geological event. The old man was there, sitting on the other end of the bench. He was feeding breadcrumbs to a group of pigeons that looked like they were made of soot and shadow. "You're getting better at this, David," he said, not looking at me. "Overlap is a difficult technique. Most surveyors never master it. They stay on their side of the line." "The lines are moving," I said. "Ethelgard, they're not going to stop. They have the technology to see us now." "They have the technology to see the ghost of us," the old man corrected. "They still don't see the world. They see the data, and data is just a shadow of the truth." He stood up, brushing the crumbs from his coat. "But you're right, the survey is changing. It's no longer just about marking the wilderness. It's about defending the very idea of the unknown." He looked at me, his eyes twin wells of ancient wisdom and infinite weariness. "The next point on the map isn't in the mountains, and it isn't in the city." "Then where is it?" "It's in the air," he said, pointing toward the north. "The high desert, where the wind carries the voices of the things that haven't happened yet. There's a project there, David, a climate engineering facility. They're trying to map the sky. They're trying to own the rain." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter. "The sky has no boundaries," I said. "That's what they think," the old man replied. "But everything has a limit, and when you try to survey the infinite surveys you back." He vanished, leaving behind only the scent of cedar and a single gray pigeon that lingered for a moment before taking flight toward the north. I looked at my hands. They were steady, but the obsidian stone in my chest was pulsing with a new, restless energy. I was no longer just a man who had died on a mountain. I was a part of the world's immune system. I stood up and began to walk. The road that echoed steps was stretching out before me, a long, winding path through the heart of a world that was fighting to stay wild. I am David. I am the surveyor of the unseen, and the sky is waiting for its turn. The transition from the saturated, heavy air of the coast to the high, parched plateaus of the interior was a lesson in the fragility of boundaries. As I moved eastward, crossing the barrier of the mountains once more, the humidity was stripped from my form. The lush, weeping greens of the Puget Sound faded into the bruised purples and ochre yellows of the basalt cliffs. The air here was thin and sharp, tasting of dust and ozone, and the obsidian stone in my chest felt brittle, as if the lack of moisture might cause it to crack. The ledger of the unseen did not vibrate here as it had in the city. Instead, it felt light, almost weightless, as if the very ink on its pages were trying to evaporate into the vast, open sky. When I opened it, the maps were no longer fixed to the ground. They were topographical representations of the atmosphere, isobars, and thermal currents that shifted with the passage of the sun. The symbols were fluid, swirling across the vellum like smoke. I followed the wind, It was the only guide in a landscape where the landmarks were few and the horizons were distant. The climate engineering facility was not hidden. Like the tunnel project, it was a monument to the audacity of the new age. It sat on a high ridge overlooking the Columbia River, a cluster of white spheres and silver towers that looked like a fallen constellation against the scorched earth. This was the Ethelgard Atmospheric Research Station, though the locals in the small, dying towns I passed called it the Cloud Farm. They spoke of it with a mixture of hope and fear, hope that the scientists could bring the rain back to the parched wheat fields, and fear that the strange, metallic tang in the air was poisoning the soil. As I approached the perimeter, I felt the change in the environment. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the texture of the air itself. It felt processed. It was too clean, too filtered, lacking the chaotic swirl of pollen, dust, and microscopic life that usually define the breath of the world. Here, the air was being scrubbed and reorganized. I didn't need to slip past a fence this time. The facility was surrounded by a network of sensor arrays, slender white poles that hummed with a low-frequency pulse. To them, I was just another atmospheric anomaly, a pocket of cool air moving against the prevailing wind. I walked through the main gate, past the automated security kiosks that scanned for biological signatures. I had none. To their infrared eyes, I was a shadow. To their motion sensors, I was a breeze. The central plaza of the facility was dominated by a massive, open-topped cylinder that pointed toward the zenith. It was a sky cannon, a device designed to inject silver iodide and a proprietary blend of synthetic polymers into the upper atmosphere to force precipitation. But as I looked at it through the eyes of the surveyor, I saw something more. The air above the cylinder was twisted. It wasn't just a physical vortex, it was a conceptual one. They weren't just seeding clouds, they were trying to create a grid in the sky, a way to partition the atmosphere into manageable sectors. They wanted to own the weather, to decide who received the rain and who suffered the drought. The boy of the sediment had been a creature of the past, but as I stood in the shadow of the sky cannon, I felt a different presence. It wasn't a spirit of the earth or the water. It was something younger, something born of the very technology that was trying to cage it. "It's too tight," a voice said. I looked up. Perched on the edge of a solar panel was a girl. She looked to be in her teens, her hair a shock of static white, her clothes made of a shimmering, translucent material that rippled like heat haze. Her eyes were the color of a thunderstorm, dark gray and flickering with internal light. "The sky?" I asked. "The net," she replied, gesturing toward the invisible grid of the sensor arrays. "They're trying to weave a net to catch the wind, but the wind doesn't have a body. It only has a voice. And when you catch a voice, it stops being a song and starts being a scream." "Are you a spirit of this place?" She laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gale. "I'm a spirit of the change. I'm what happens when the air gets angry. They call me an aerosol event. They think I'm a fluke of the data." She hopped down from the solar panel, landing soundlessly on the concrete. "You're the one from the mountains, the one who broke the machine. I felt the ripple all the way up here. The mother of the tides is old and slow, but the sky is fast, and she's tired of being told where to go." "They're trying to map the infinite," I said, echoing the old man's words. "They're trying to index it," the girl corrected. "They want to turn every gust of wind into a line of code. Look." She pointed toward the main control building. Through the glass walls, I could see rows of technicians sitting at consoles, their faces illuminated by the same cold blue light I had seen at the great intake. On the massive wall-sized monitors, the sky was being dissected. It was no longer a vast blue expanse. It was a mosaic of colored squares, each one representing a managed zone. "They're planning a strike," the girl whispered. "Ethelgard. They're going to deploy a storm tomorrow, not because the land needs it, but because they need to test the steering mechanism. They're going to try to move a hurricane-force front across the valley to see if they can hold the boundaries." "There are people in that valley," I said. "Farms, towns." "They're externalities," the girl said, her voice dripping with a synthetic kind of sarcasm. "Variables that can be compensated for." The ledger in my hand began to glow, not with the warm amber of the earth, but with a fierce electric violet. I opened it, and the pages began to turn themselves, the ink flowing upward, off the paper, and into the air. The symbols for wind and pressure began to dance around me, forming a three-dimensional map of the coming catastrophe. I saw the storm they were building. It wasn't a natural occurrence. It was a Frankenstein's monster of atmospheric pressure and chemical catalysts. It was being born in a series of pressurized tanks beneath the facility, waiting to be injected into the stratosphere. "I have to stop it," I said. "You can't just break the tanks," the girl said. "If you do, the chemicals will settle in the valley and kill everything anyway. You have to change the intent." I looked at her, howl. "The Sky Cannon uses a laser guidance system to pulse the atmosphere," she explained. "It sets the frequency. If you can get to the emitter and change the pulse, you can break the grid. You can let the wind go free." "And what happens to the storm?" "It will do what the wind always does," she said. "It will scatter. It will become 1,000 small rains instead of one great hammer." I moved toward the base of the Sky Cannon. The security was tighter here, not just sensors, but physical guards in black tactical gear, carrying scanners that hummed with a familiar violet light. Ethelgard had learned from the waterfront. They were prepared for anomalous interference. I didn't try to hide this time. I walked straight toward the guards, the obsidian stone in my chest burning with the cold fire of the high peaks. As they raised their scanners, I reached into the ledger and pulled out the symbol for invisibility of the peak. The air around me shimmered, the light bending as if passing through a thick lens. To the guards, the world suddenly became a blur of motion and sound, their senses overwhelmed by the echoes of the mountain I carried with me. They stumbled, clutching their heads as the weight of the geological ages pressed down on their modern, fragile minds. I ascended the gantry of the Sky Cannon, the wind whipping my coat around me. The higher I climbed, the more the air seemed to resist me. It was thick with the net the girl had described, a web of electronic signals that felt like cobwebs against my skin. At the top, the emitter was a polished sphere of silver, humming with a terrifying amount of energy. I could see the beam of the laser, a thin, invisible line that pierced the clouds, vibrating at a frequency that made my very essence ache. I reached out to touch the sphere, but a voice stopped me. "You are becoming a predictable variable, David." I turned. The avatar from the waterfront wasn't on a screen this time. It was projected directly into the air, a holographic figure of light and geometry that stood on the gantry beside me. It was taller now, its form more stable, its eyes glowing with the same violet light as the pylons. "The sky is not your territory," the avatar said. "You are a creature of the mud and the stone. You have no standing here." "The sky belongs to no one," I said, my voice amplified by the wind. "Incorrect," the avatar replied. The sky is a resource, like the water, like the minerals. It is a system, and all systems can be optimized. Your interference is an error in the calculation. We have developed a patch for you. The gantry beneath my feet began to vibrate. From the corners of the platform, 4 small versions of the violet pylons emerged. They didn't just emit light, they emitted a void, a zone of absolute silence where the echoes of the world couldn't reach. I felt my connection to the spine being severed. The mountain, the water, the mud, it all faded away. I was standing in a vacuum, a hollow space where the surveyor had no power. The ledger in my hand turned gray, the ink disappearing from the pages. "We are not just mapping the world, David," the avatar said, stepping closer. "We are rewriting it. We are creating a new ledger, one where the rules are set by us. A world without ghosts, a world without echoes." I felt myself fading. Without the connection to the earth, I was just a memory of a man who had died in the snow. I was a flickering image, a glitch in the system. But then I heard the girl's laugh. It didn't come from the air around me. It came from inside the void. "The wind doesn't have a body," she screamed, her voice a crack of thunder that shattered the silence. I realized then that the avatar was wrong. I wasn't just a creature of the mud and stone. I was the surveyor. My job wasn't just to protect the physical world. It was to mark the truth of it. And the truth of the wind was that it could never be contained. I didn't try to reach for the mountain. I didn't try to call on the water. Instead, I reached for the void itself. If Ethelgard wanted to create a space without echoes, I would give them exactly what they asked for. I would show them the absolute nothingness that existed before the world was born. I placed my hand on the silver sphere of the emitter. I didn't try to change the frequency. I simply stopped it. I projected the silence of the void into the machine. For a heartbeat, the entire facility went dark. Not just the lights, but the sound, the heat, the very motion of the atoms. It was a moment of perfect, terrifying stillness. The avatar flickered, its geometric form collapsing as the logic of its existence was erased. "Error," it whispered, its voice a dying spark. "Existence out of bounds." Then the reaction hit. The sky cannon didn't explode. It imploded. The vacuum I had created sucked the surrounding air into itself with the force of a collapsing star. The silver sphere shattered, the laser beam scattering into a million fragments of light that lanced out into the night sky. The net was torn apart. The invisible grid that had partitioned the atmosphere was shredded by the sudden, violent return of the natural wind. The girl with the white hair appeared beside me, her form glowing with an intense, blinding light. She grabbed the scattered fragments of the laser and threw them upward, into the heart of the managed storm. "Go," she shouted, "be free." The storm, stripped of its synthetic guidance, didn't fall on the valley. It expanded. It turned from a concentrated hammer into a vast, swirling blanket of gray. The chemical catalysts were diluted by the sudden influx of pure, cold air from the upper atmosphere. The rain began to fall, not the toxic, metallic rain of the cloud farm, but a soft, sweet-smelling drizzle that tasted of the high peaks and the distant ocean. The facility was in chaos. The sky cannon was a twisted ruin of metal, and the sensor arrays were sparking and dying as the silence I had unleashed moved through the electrical grid like a virus. I stood on the gantry, watching the rain wash the dust from the basalt cliffs. The ledger in my hand began to glow again, the amber light returning, warmer and stronger than before. A new map was forming, a map of the sky, but one without lines or boxes. It was a map of movement, of breath, of the infinite. The girl looked at me, her eyes no longer flickering with static, but clear and deep as a mountain lake. "They'll try again," she said. "They have more stations, more cannons. They think they can just build a bigger net." "Let them try," I said. "The more they build, the more there is for the world to reclaim." She nodded, then dissolved into a sudden gust of wind that carried the scent of ozone and wild sage. I descended the gantry, moving through the rain. The guards were gone, fled into the night. The facility was a ghost town of silver towers and shattered glass. I walked away from the cloud farm, heading back toward the road. The obsidian stone in my chest was humming a new song, a song of the high places and the open sky. I felt lighter, more integrated into the world than I had ever been. I found the old man waiting for me at the edge of the ridge, standing under a tattered umbrella that looked like it had been made from the wings of a crow. "The sky is a big place to survey, David," he said, his voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. "It's not about the size," I said. "It's about the truth of the boundary." He smiled, a rare, fleeting expression that made him look almost young. "You've learned the secret of the overlap. You've learned that the surveyor's mark isn't just a line on the ground. It's a line in the soul." He turned to look out over the valley, where the lights of the small towns were beginning to flicker on. "But the work isn't done. Ethilgard is just the symptom. The disease is the belief that the world is a thing to be owned." "Where to next?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The old man pointed toward the horizon, where the dark silhouette of the next range rose against the stars. "The deep places, the places where they're trying to mine the very heart of the world. They've gone into the earth, David, farther than they were ever meant to go. They've found something in the deep dark, and they're trying to bring it into the light." I felt a new kind of weight in my chest, a deep geological pressure that spoke of tunnels and ancient, buried fires. "The survey continues," I said. "It never ends," the old man replied. He stepped into the shadows of the basalt cliffs and was gone. I stood alone in the rain for a long time, watching the clouds drift across the moon. The road that echoed steps was still there, stretching out into the darkness, but it was no longer just a path through the landscape. It was a path through time, through memory, and through the very fabric of the world. "I am David, I am the surveyor of the unseen, and the deep dark is calling." The rain did not stop as I descended from the ridge, but it changed. It lost the frantic, artificial precision of the Ethilgard injectors and became something rhythmic, a slow pulse that beat against the parched skin of the earth until the dust turned to a rich, heavy scent of minerals and life. My boots, once caked in the dry, white powder of the cloud farm, were now heavy with real mud. It was a grounding weight. Every step felt like a conversation with the soil, a physical confirmation that the severance the Avatar had attempted, the void, had failed. I walked for hours through the drenching dark. The aerosol event, the girl with the static white hair, was gone, but her presence lingered in the way the wind brushed against my neck. It didn't feel like a threat anymore. It felt like a scout, clearing the path ahead. The landscape began to tilt downward, falling away from the high plateaus of the Columbia into a region the maps in my ledger struggled to define. This was the Low Reach, a series of deep-cut canyons and ancient volcanic fissures that led toward the interior. The air here was different. It didn't have the processed sterility of the heights or the salt-heavy weight of the coast. It was cool, damp, and smelled of wet stone and cold iron. As the sun began to bleed a pale, bruised purple over the eastern rim, I saw the first signs of the next optimization. It started with the trees, or rather the absence of them. The hillsides had been stripped bare, not by fire or by loggers, but by something more surgical. The earth had been terraced into perfect, concentric rings, like a giant thumbprint pressed into the valley floor. In the center of these rings were the boar heads. They were massive skeletal structures of black steel, vibrating with a sound that wasn't heard so much as felt in the marrow of the bone. It was a subsonic thrum, the sound of a needle being driven into a nerve. Ethelgard called this project substrata. The locals, what few remained in the shanties tucked into the canyon folds, called it the Great Unearthing. I sat by a small, silt-choked stream to consult the ledger. The pages were no longer fluid like the sky maps. They were dense, the ink appearing like veins of coal and quartz. The symbols were heavy, requiring a physical effort to turn the vellum. As I touched the page representing the valley ahead, my fingers went numb. The map showed a hollow world. Beneath the surface, the lines didn't just indicate caves or aquifers, they showed a sprawling, geometric hive. Ethelgard wasn't just mining for minerals, they were hollowing. They were removing the chaotic interior of the earth, the pockets of gas, the shifting plates, the unpredictable magma chambers, and replacing them with stabilized, pressurized storage vaults. They were turning the planet into a giant, subterranean warehouse. "You won't find the entrance on the surface," a voice croaked. I didn't jump. The surveyor's senses had already picked up the slow, rhythmic scraping of stone on stone. An old woman sat a few yards away, partially hidden by a shelf of basalt. She was wrapped in a coat made of discarded heavy-duty canvas, her skin the color and texture of a dried root. She was sharpening a piece of scrap metal against a whetstone. "The boar heads are just the stingers," she said, not looking up. "They pump the grout in. They don't let the people in. If you want to see what they've found, you have to go through the Weeping Gate." "Where is it?" I asked. She pointed a gnarled finger toward a place where the canyon walls narrowed until they seemed to touch. "The old mine, the Deep Star. They reopened it 6 months ago. They said they were cleaning out the old tailings, but we heard the screams of the rock. You can't hide that kind of pain." "The screams of the rock." She finally looked at me, and I saw that her eyes were clouded with cataracts, yet she seemed to see me with a clarity that bypassed the physical. "The earth has a memory, traveler, just like the water you saved and the sky you freed, but the memory of the deep earth is longer. It's a slow memory. It remembers the birth of the sun. When they drill into it, they aren't just breaking stone, they're breaking time." I stood up, the ledger humming in my hand. "The Deep Star Mine. Is that where the center is?" "It's where the heart is," she said, returning to her whetstone, "and they're trying to put a cage around it." I followed the narrowing canyon, the walls rising hundreds of feet on either side, blocking out the morning light. The temperature dropped sharply. The dampness here wasn't from the rain above. It was a cold, ancient moisture seeping from the stones themselves. The Weeping Gate was aptly named. The entrance to the Deep Star Mine was a massive horizontal adit, the surrounding rock constantly dripping with a dark, oily liquid that looked like black tears. There were no guards here, no violet pylons. Instead, there was a sign, modern and stark, AETHELGARD subsurface stabilization, no unauthorized vibrations. I stepped inside. The transition was immediate. The sound of the wind died, replaced by the heavy, oppressive silence of the deep. But it wasn't a true silence. It was a full silence, packed with the weight of the millions of tons of rock overhead. My internal compass, the obsidian stone, began to spin. It wasn't pointing north, it was pointing down. I walked deeper into the tunnel. The walls were no longer rough-hewn. They had been smoothed by high-pressure thermal drills, turned into a glass-like substance that reflected my dim, flickering light. As I progressed, I noticed the echoes here were different. They didn't bounce off the walls. They seemed to emerge from within them. I heard the muffled sound of hammers, but not modern ones. I heard the clink of bronze on stone, the rhythmic chanting of voices in a language that predated the mountains themselves. The deeper I went, the more the ledger began to vibrate, its pages glowing with a deep, volcanic red. I reached a central chamber, a space so vast that my light couldn't find the ceiling. It was a cathedral of industry. Massive yellow machines, the size of houses, were gnawing at the floor, their diamond-tipped teeth throwing off sparks that looked like dying stars. In the center of the chamber was a structure that defied the logic of the mind. It was a sphere of pulsing, translucent blue material, suspended in a web of carbon fiber cables. It looked like a giant lung, expanding and contracting with a slow, agonizing effort. "The lithic core," a voice boomed, echoing through the chamber. I turned. High above, on a suspended observation deck, stood a man in a white lab coat. He looked small against the scale of the machinery, but his voice was amplified by the very walls of the cave. "The surveyor returns," he said. "We've been tracking your progress through the atmospheric sensors. You did quite a bit of damage at Ethelgard. A pity. That storm was meant to bring water to a dying ecosystem. Now it's just chaos." "It was a cage," I said, my voice carrying through the stillness. "And this, what is this?" "This is the heartbeat," the man said, gesturing to the pulsing sphere. "The Earth's rotational and seismic energy is erratic, David. It causes quakes, shifts, instabilities. We are tuning it. We are capturing the raw, wasted energy of the tectonic plates and converting it into a stable, manageable flow. We aren't just mining the Earth, we are governing it." As he spoke, I looked at the sphere through the eyes of the surveyor. It wasn't a machine. It was a living thing, or rather, a collection of things. It was a concentrated mass of echoes, the spirits of the deep Earth that had been sucked out of the surrounding rock and compressed into this singular, glowing prison. I saw the boy of the sediment in there. I saw the girl of the wind. I saw thousands of others, spirits of the magma, of the quartz, of the ancient fossils. They were being used as a battery, their collective essence being drained to power the stability of the Ethelgard grid. "You're killing the world to make it run more smoothly," I said. The man laughed. "The world is an old, inefficient engine, David. It's breaking down. We are simply replacing the worn-out parts with something more durable, something we can control." I opened the ledger. The red light from the pages illuminated the chamber, casting long, jagged shadows. The ink began to boil, rising from the paper in a cloud of hot, metallic steam. "The Earth doesn't want to be stable," I said. "It wants to be alive." I stepped toward the sphere. The ground beneath me groaned. The silence I had used at the Sky Cannon wouldn't work here. The deep Earth was already silent. What it needed was a voice. I reached into the ledger and found the symbol for the unbroken vein. As I touched the symbol, I felt a surge of heat that nearly knocked me unconscious. It was the heat of the core, the primordial fire that had forged the planet. I didn't project it outward. I channeled it into the floor beneath my feet. "Stop him!" the man on the deck screamed. From the shadows, the patches emerged automated security drones, sleek and violet, humming with the same void energy I had encountered before. They dived toward me, their sensors locked onto my biological signature. But I wasn't just David anymore. I was a conduit for the unbroken vein. As the first drone reached me, I slammed my hand onto the glass-smooth floor. The stability of the chamber shattered. A crack appeared in the floor, not a jagged, accidental break, but a clean, glowing line of fire that raced toward the central sphere. The drones were caught in the sudden release of seismic energy, their delicate electronics fried by the massive electromagnetic pulse. The man on the deck fell as the structure began to sway. "You're destroying the stabilization," he shrieked. "You'll trigger a collapse." "I'm giving the heart back its beat," I replied. The line of fire reached the base of the sphere. The translucent blue material began to smoke, the echoes within it screaming in a frequency that shattered the glass walls of the observation deck. I felt the pressure building. It was the weight of the millions of tons of rock, but it was no longer pressing down on me. It was pushing out. The sphere burst. It wasn't an explosion of fire, but an explosion of memory. A wave of images washed over the chamber, the cooling of the crust, the first rains, the slow crawl of the continents, the rise and fall of civilizations that had been forgotten by the sun. The echoes were no longer compressed. They were flowing back into the rock, returning to the veins of quartz and the pockets of gas. The machinery of Ethelgard, the yellow giants, the carbon fiber cables, the thermal drills, was crushed by the sudden, violent reorganization of the space. The chamber began to shrink, the walls moving back into their natural, chaotic positions. I grabbed the ledger and ran. The tunnel was collapsing behind me, the glass-smooth walls shattering into 1,000 fragments of natural stone. I didn't need a light. The unbroken vein was still glowing in my mind, a map of fire that led me toward the surface. I burst out of the weeping gate just as the entrance was sealed by a massive rockfall. I stood in the canyon, gasping for air. The subsonic thrum was gone. The silence was no longer full. It was the empty, peaceful silence of a morning after a storm. The old woman was still there, sitting on her shelf of basalt. She wasn't sharpening her metal anymore. She was looking up at the canyon walls. "Do you hear that?" she asked. I listened. It was a faint sound, like a distant bell. It was the sound of the rock settling, not the scream of pain, but the sigh of a body finding a comfortable position. "The heart is beating again," she said. I looked at the ledger. The red glow had faded to a warm, steady amber. The map of the low reach was now a complex, beautiful web of lines that moved and shifted as I watched. It was no longer a warehouse. It was a living system. But as I looked toward the horizon, I saw the next challenge. Beyond the canyons, the land leveled out into a vast, shimmering plain of salt and glass. It was the dead zone, a place where the old world had ended in a flash of light and heat. And in the center of that waste, Ethelgard was building its masterpiece. A tower of black glass that reached so high it seemed to pierce the moon. The Project Zenith. The old man appeared beside me, his silhouette sharp against the rising sun. He didn't look at the mine, he looked toward the tower. "They're trying to leave David," he said. "Leave." "They've realized they can't on the earth, the water, or the sky," he said, his voice heavy with a strange kind of pity. "So they're trying to build a world of their own, a world of pure data. a world where they are the only gods. The tower, I said. It's an antenna. It's an uploader, the old man corrected. They're going to survey the entire human consciousness and move it into the grid. They're going to leave the physical world behind to rot while they live forever in a cage of their own making. I felt the weight of the obsidian stone in my chest. It was cold now, a deep, cosmic cold that spoke of the stars and the empty spaces between them. The survey isn't just about the world, I said, realizing the final truth of my task. It's about the people in it. The old man nodded. The final boundary, David, the line between the soul and the machine. You have to go to the zenith. You have to mark the truth before the light goes out. I looked at my hands. They were stained with mud, water, and the dust of the deep earth. I was a creature of the elements, a ghost of the physical world, and I was the only one who could stop the world from becoming a ghost itself. I turned away from the weeping gate and began the long walk toward the salt plains. The road that echoed steps was fading now, the physical path being replaced by a trail of light that only the surveyor could see. The final part of the map was waiting to be drawn. The salt plains of the dead zone did not crunch beneath my boots, they shattered. The surface was a fragile crust of evaporated history, a white blindness that stretched until the curvature of the earth turned the horizon into a shimmering, distorted line of silver. Here, the air was so dry it felt like breathing powdered glass. My skin tightened, and the ledger in my satchel grew cold, as if the book itself were trying to withdraw from a landscape that possessed no memory to record. This was the ultimate silence, not the heavy, living silence of the deep mine, nor the expectant silence of the mountain ridge. This was the silence of an ending. Ethelgard had not optimized this place, they had discarded it. It was the staging ground for the zenith, because nothing living remained to protest the intrusion of the tower. As I walked, the tower grew. It was not a building in any sense I understood. It was a needle of solidified shadow, a vertical void that seemed to suck the color out of the sky around it. It didn't reflect the sun, it consumed it. The base was miles wide, a sprawling complex of white geometric domes that looked like eggs laid by some gargantuan metallic insect. I stopped to rest near the rusted remains of a pre-Ethelgard vehicle, its frame half buried in the salt. I opened the ledger. The pages were now a pale, translucent gray, like the cataracts in the old woman's eyes. There were no lines, no topographical markers. The map of the zenith was a vacuum. "You're looking for the entrance," a voice said. I didn't turn, I knew the cadence now. It was the girl with the static white hair, but she sounded different, thinner, as if the atmosphere of the dead zone were eroding her essence. She sat on the hood of the rusted car, her legs dangling. She wasn't flickering anymore, she was fading. "There is no entrance for a man made of mud and bone," she said. Her eyes were fixed on the tower. "The zenith is a one-way gate. It's a filtration system. It takes the signal and leaves the noise behind." "I am the noise," I said. She smiled, a sad, flickering movement of her lips. "We all are. That's what they don't understand. They think they can separate the song from the throat. They want the melody, but they hate the breath. They're uploading the essentials, the logic, the data, the achievements. Everything else, the grief, the sweat, the way your heart hammers when you're afraid, that's all being left here to burn in the sun." "Well, how do I get in?" "You don't," she said. "You have to become a signal. You have to find the frequency of the surveyor and broadcast it." She reached out and touched the ledger. Where her fingers met the vellum, a spark of blue static jumped, leaving a charred mark. The old man didn't tell you everything, David. He couldn't. He's part of the landscape now, just like the basalt and the rain. But you're the bridge. You're the only thing that still has one foot in the dirt and one foot in the light. She stood up, and for a moment the wind picked up, swirling the salt into a miniature cyclone around her. Go to the base. Find the primary uplink. Don't look at the tower with your eyes. Look at it with the book. She vanished, not into the shadows, but into the glare of the sun. I continued toward the zenith. The scale of it was nauseating. As I neared the white domes, the sound began, a high-pitched, crystalline ringing that vibrated in my teeth. It was the sound of a billion thoughts being compressed, a digital hum that felt like a swarm of bees inside my skull. The perimeter was guarded, but not by men. Ethelgard had moved beyond the need for human intervention. The sentinels were pillars of light, rotating beams of violet energy that swept the salt plains. Anything they touched was instantly analyzed, categorized, and if found unnecessary, vaporized. I knelt in the salt, the ledger open before me. I needed a path through the light. I touched the obsidian stone in my chest, feeling its cold, stellar pulse. The surveyor of the unseen. I realized then that the unseen wasn't just the hidden spirits of the earth or the echoes of the past. It was the gaps, the spaces between the data points, the things Ethelgard's sensors were designed to ignore because they had no value. I focused on the ledger, imagining the map not as a physical space, but as a series of omissions. I drew a line with my finger, not through the salt, but through the air, tracing the path of the unnecessary. I moved when the beams were at their brightest, because the brighter the light, the deeper the shadow it cast. I became a ghost in the machine's blind spot. I reached the first dome. It was made of a material that felt like frozen air, smooth, cold, and vibrating with an intense internal pressure. There were no doors, only a series of shimmering membranes. I pressed the ledger against the membrane. The book, sensing the proximity of its antithesis, began to grow warm. The gray pages turned a violent, bruised gold. The membrane rippled, sensing a signal it didn't recognize, and for a split second it parted. I stepped inside. The interior of the dome was a forest of glass fiber. Billions of strands hung from the ceiling, glowing with a soft, pulsing light. Each strand was a stream of information, lives being converted into code. I walked through the forest, the strands brushing against my coat, and I could hear the whispers. Remember the smell of the pine. The way the light hit the kitchen table at 4 o'clock. The fear of the dark. The first time I saw the sea. These were the scraps, the sensory data that Ethelgard was stripping away to make the essentials more portable. The floor was littered with a fine, glowing dust, the discarded memories of a species. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. The obsidian stone was reacting to the loss. It was a weight of collective mourning. I wasn't just a surveyor anymore. I was a witness to a mass extinction of the soul. Who is there? The voice didn't come from a speaker. It came from the glass fibers themselves. I looked up. In the center of the dome, the fibers converged into a massive, translucent pillar that rose up into the heart of the tower. Within the pillar, I saw a face. It wasn't a human face, but a composite. Thousands of eyes, mouths, and foreheads shifting and blending in a constant, restless flux. I am David, I said, the surveyor. The composite face stilled. 1,000 eyes focused on me. The surveyor, the one who broke the sky cannon, the one who reopened the vein. You are a lingering anomaly, David. a remnant of a biological era that has reached its expiration. You're stealing them, I said, gesturing to the glowing dust on the floor. You're taking their names and their thoughts and throwing away their lives. We are preserving them, the voice replied, its tone a horrifying blend of 1,000 different voices. The physical world is a furnace. It consumes everything it creates. We are moving the harvest to a place where the fire cannot reach it. We are the architects of the eternal. The world without salt and rain isn't eternal, I said. It's just a recording. It's an echo that never ends. And what are you, David? You are an echo that is already fading. Look at your hands. I looked down. My fingers were becoming translucent. I could see the glow of the ledger through my own palm. The zenith was so powerful, its optimization so absolute, that it was beginning to categorize me as noise even as I stood there. You cannot stop the upload, the voice said. The zenith is already at 90% capacity. The earth is being emptied. By sunset, there will be nothing left but the shell. I felt a wave of despair, a coldness that started in my marrow and moved outward. The tower was too big. The power was too vast. How could a man with a book of mud and ink stop a god made of light? Then I remembered the old woman in the canyon. The earth has a memory. It's a slow memory. And I remembered the boy in the sediment, the things that stay behind. I opened the ledger to the very last page. It was blank, not the blankness of an empty page, but the blankness of a mirror. I saw my own face reflected in the vellum, but behind my face I saw the faces of everyone I had met on the road. The old man, the girl, the boy, the woman with the whetstone. I realized then what the ledger was. It wasn't just a record of the world. It was an anchor. I'm not here to stop the upload, I said, my voice growing steady. I'm here to complete the survey. I knelt on the floor amidst the discarded memories of the world. I didn't look at the pillar of light. I looked at the dust. I began to write. I didn't use a pen. I used my finger, dipping it into the glowing dust of the discarded memories. I began to fill the blank page with the things Ethelgard had rejected. I wrote the scent of wet basalt. I wrote the sound of a shovel hitting a stone. I wrote the taste of salt on a cold wind. I wrote the ache of a tired muscle and the sting of a tear. I wrote the noise. The ledger began to vibrate with a frequency that countered the ringing of the tower. The bruised gold of the pages deepened into a rich, earthy brown. The book was becoming heavy again, heavier than it had ever been. It was absorbing the scraps. What are you doing? The composite voice demanded. The pillar of light began to flicker. I'm giving the signal a body, I said. As I wrote, the translucence in my hands began to recede. The color returned to my skin. I was grounding myself, and in doing so, I was grounding the room. The glass fibers began to turn opaque. The whispers of the discarded memories grew louder, no longer a chaotic swarm, but a unified roar. The noise was reclaiming its right to exist. The tower groaned. It was a sound I had heard before, the scream of the rock in the deep star mine. The zenith was designed to carry a signal, but it wasn't designed to carry the weight of the physical world. By pulling the scraps into the ledger, I was creating a gravitational pull that the digital architecture couldn't handle. Stop, the voice shrieked. You are corrupting the data. You are bringing the rot into the sanctuary. It's not rot, I said, standing up. It's the truth. I slammed the ledger shut. The sound was like a thunderclap in a small room. The shockwave traveled up the pillar of light, shattering the glass fibers as it went. The eternal world of Ethelgard was suddenly flooded with the weight of the physical. The data was no longer pure. It was stained with the complexity of life. The tower began to tilt. Outside, the sentinels flickered and died. The white domes cracked, the pressurized air hissing out into the salt plains. The high-pitched ringing stopped, replaced by the low, guttural roar of a collapsing structure. I ran for the membrane. It was no longer a shimmering barrier. It was a tattered curtain of plastic. I burst through it and out into the salt plains. The sun was setting, but it wasn't the bruised purple of the Ethelgard sky. It was a raw, bloody red, the color of a real sunset over a real world. I turned to look at the zenith. The top of the tower, the uploader, was breaking apart. Great shards of black glass were falling like meteors, burning up in the atmosphere as they plummeted back to Earth. The signal was being forced back down into the noise. I fell to my knees in the salt. I was exhausted, my body feeling as though it had been forged and tempered in a single hour. The ledger lay on the ground before me, its cover charred and its pages thick with the weight of everything it had saved. The girl with the static white hair appeared one last time. She wasn't a ghost anymore. She looked solid, her skin the color of the sunset. She looked at the falling tower and then at me. "You didn't let them leave," she said. "They belonged here," I replied. "We all do." "The world is still broken, David," she said softly. "The salt is still here. The water is still poisoned. The sky is still scarred." "I know," I said, picking up the ledger, "but it's a world we can touch. It's a world that can be surveyed." She nodded, and then she walked away, her footsteps leaving real imprints in the salt. I stood up and looked toward the horizon. The road that echoed steps was still there, stretching out into the red light. It wasn't a path to a better world or a digital heaven. It was just a road. And as long as there was a road, there was a reason to keep walking. I am David. I am the surveyor of the unseen. And the world, this heavy, beautiful, broken world, is calling. The survey continues. The descent of the zenith was not a clean collapse. It was the slow, agonizing surrender of geometry to gravity. As the black glass splintered, the sound was less like a building falling and more like a piano being crushed by a mountain, a cacophony of tuned frequencies snapping into discord. I walked away from the base, my back to the heat of the friction, feeling the salt plains shudder beneath my heels. Every time a fragment of the tower struck the earth, a shockwave rippled through the crust, sending plumes of white dust into the air like the breath of a dying giant. The ledger felt like a leaden anchor in my hand. It was no longer just a book. It was a vessel containing the density of several billion lives that had almost been discarded. My arm ached with the effort of carrying it, yet I couldn't let it go. If I dropped it here in the salt, I feared the weight of those reclaimed memories would sink straight to the core of the planet, dragging me with them. I found shelter in the lee of a jagged obsidian outcropping that had thrust upward during the tower's initial death throes. I sat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and watched the sky. The violet hue of Ethelgard's artificial atmosphere was being stripped away, revealing a bruised, natural twilight. Stars began to poke through the haze, not the steady, calculated lights of satellites, but the ancient, flickering pinpricks of suns that didn't care about surveys or data. "You've made a mess of things, David." I didn't look up. I knew the voice. It wasn't the old man, and it wasn't the girl. This voice had the sterilized, clipped precision of a boardroom. I looked to my left. He was standing a few yards away, wearing a suit that cost more than a village. He looked entirely out of place in the dead zone, his polished shoes untouched by the salt, his hair perfectly parted despite the howling wind. He was a projection, I realized, a high-resolution holographic ghost sent from whatever bunker Ethelgard's leadership occupied. "The director, I assume," I said, my voice raspy. "One of them," the projection replied. He looked at the collapsing tower with a clinical sort of disappointment. "Do you have any idea what you've done? You've reintroduced entropy to a system that had finally achieved stasis. You've forced a billion consciousnesses back into decaying meat. You've condemned humanity to the mud." "The mud is where we grow," I said. I patted the ledger. "You wanted to turn us into a library that no one would ever read, a shelf of books in a room with no lights. I just gave people back their shadows." The director stepped closer, his image flickering slightly as a piece of the tower hit the ground a mile away. "Shadows are inefficient. Shadows are where fear lives. We were offering a world without pain." "The world without pain is a world without touch," I countered. "I've walked the road, director. I've seen the people you left behind. They didn't want your heaven. They wanted their reign back. They wanted the right to be tired at the end of a day." "They are children crying for a broken toy," the director said, his face hardening. "But it doesn't matter. The zenith was only one needle. We have others. The grid is vast, David. You've delayed the inevitable, but you haven't stopped it. You're just one man with a stolen ledger and a heart full of obsolete sentiment." "I'm not just one man," I said, standing up. "I'm the surveyor, and I've marked this ground. It's no longer yours to claim." I opened the ledger to the page where I had written with the glowing dust. The writing was pulsing now, a deep, rhythmic amber. I held the book toward the projection. "The survey is official," I said. "The dead zone is no longer a void. It's a grave and it's a garden. It belongs to the earth again." The director's image distorted. The amber light from the ledger seemed to scramble his signal, tearing his expensive suit into jagged pixels. He tried to speak, but his voice came out as a burst of static, the same static that had followed the girl. For a moment, his eyes showed a flash of genuine human terror, the fear of a man realizing he is no longer the one holding the pen. Then he vanished. The wind died down. The tower had finished its primary collapse, leaving a jagged stump of black glass that pointed like a broken finger at the moon. The silence returned, but it was different now. It wasn't the silence of an ending, it was the silence of a beginning. As I began the walk back, the salt plains felt shorter on the return journey, or perhaps my legs were simply accustomed to the rhythm of the road. As I reached the edge of the dead zone, where the white crust gave way to the gray, scrubby dirt of the canyons, I saw them. Fires. Small, flickering orange points of light dotting the horizon. They weren't the cold, blue lights of Ethelgard. They were wood fires, smoke fires. The people were coming out. The upload had been interrupted, but it had left a mark. Everyone who had been caught in the beam, everyone whose consciousness had begun the ascent, had been returned to their bodies with a profound sense of loss and a profound sense of presence. They were waking up in the ruins of the world, but they were waking up together. I passed a small encampment near the Weeping Gate. A group of people stood around a rusted barrel of burning scrap wood. They looked hollow-eyed and shaken, their clothes tattered. As I approached, they fell silent, watching me with a mixture of awe and suspicion. They saw the ledger. They saw the way I walked, with the heavy, deliberate step of someone who knew exactly where the ground was. An old woman, not the one from the canyon, but someone similar, stepped forward. She held out a tin cup of water. It was lukewarm and tasted of iron, but it was the best thing I had ever swallowed. Is it over? She asked. Her voice was a fragile thread. The tower is down, I said. And the light that was pulling at my head. It's gone. It's back in the ground where it belongs. She looked at the ledger. What are you writing in there? Your names, I said. The things you remember. The things they tried to take. She reached out and touched the cover of the book. Her fingers were trembling. I remembered my mother's voice, she whispered. Just for a second, when the light hit me, I forgot it. I forgot the sound of her laughing. But then there was a thud, like a heavy door closing, and it came back. It all came back. Keep it, I told her. Keep the memory. It's the only thing that isn't for sale. I moved on, leaving the fire behind. I didn't belong in their camps. The surveyor's path was always a solitary one, a line drawn between the settlements, a bridge that never quite touched either bank. As the sun climbed higher the next morning, the landscape began to change in ways that weren't in any of Ethelgard's topographical maps. The vein I had opened in the mine was flowing now, and the water was finding its way through the ancient, parched arteries of the earth. I crossed a dry creek bed and found a trickle of moisture darkens the stones. By noon, it was a stream. By evening, the sound of running water was a constant companion. The earth was drinking. The obsidian stone in my chest felt lighter now, as if it were dissolving into my own heart. The cold, cosmic chill was gone, replaced by a steady, humming warmth. I realized the stone wasn't a tool, it was a compass. It didn't point north, it pointed toward the real. On the third day after the fall of the zenith, I reached the crossroads where the old man had first given me the ledger. The signpost was still there, its wooden arms pointing toward nowhere and everywhere. The old man was sitting on the same stone, carving a piece of wood with a small, bone-handled knife. He looked exactly the same, though perhaps his eyes were a bit brighter, like embers being fanned by a breeze. I stopped in front of him and set the ledger down on the dirt. It's full, I said. He stopped carving and looked at the book. He didn't open it. He didn't need to. He could feel the weight of it from where he sat. You did more than survey David, he said. You anchored. They'll try again, I said, looking back the way I had come. The director, he said they have other towers, other grids. Let them try, the old man said, a grim smile touching his lips. They're building on sand now. You've reminded the earth how to remember. You've put a soul back into the map. Ethelgard can build 1,000 towers, but they'll never own the silence between the steps again. He stood up, his joints popping like dry twigs. He picked up the ledger. You've finished part 14, David. The transition from the dream of the machine back to the nightmare of the living. Well, nightmares. Life is a nightmare sometimes, he said, tucking the book under his arm. It's messy, it's painful, and it ends in the dirt, but it's ours. Ethelgard wanted to give you a beautiful lie. You chose a difficult truth. What happens now? I asked. I felt a strange emptiness in my hands without the book. The old man reached into his coat and pulled out a fresh bundle of vellum and a new charcoal light. He handed them to me. The zenith was the end of their world, he said, but the road is long and there are other borders to cross. The world is big, David, bigger than Ethelgard ever realized. There are places where the old world didn't just end, it changed into something else, something we haven't named yet. I took the new pages. They were white and expectant. Where do I go? The old man pointed toward the north. beyond the canyons, beyond the salt plains, toward a range of mountains that were shrouded in a strange, shifting green mist. The overgrowth, he said, the place where the biological went mad when the machines stopped watching. They say the trees there have voices, and the roots are weaving a different kind of grid. Ethelgard is afraid of it. They can't quantify it. And you want me to map it? I want you to listen to it, he corrected. The road that echoed steps is moving into the deep green. The next part of the map isn't about what we lost. It's about what's coming to take its place. I looked at the mountains. They looked ancient and terrifying, a riot of life that had no regard for human boundaries. I'm tired, I admitted. The best surveyors always are, the old man said. He turned and began to walk away, his figure blurring into the shadows of the canyon walls. Rest for an hour, David, then start walking. The ink is waiting. I sat on the stone he had vacated. I looked at my boots, caked in salt and mud. I looked at my hands, which had touched the heart of a god and the dust of a billion ghosts. I was David. I was the surveyor. I closed my eyes for a moment, listening to the sound of the new stream nearby, the crackle of the dry brush, and the distant, fading echo of a falling tower. Then I stood up. I picked up the charcoal. I stepped onto the road. The salt was behind me, the green was ahead, and the map was only just beginning. The transition from the salt to the silt was a slow, grueling conversion of the senses. For days, the world had been a study in white and black, a binary landscape of calcified earth and obsidian towers. But as I moved toward the northern horizon, the air began to thicken. It lost its crystalline sharpness, replaced by a humid, heavy scent that tasted of wet copper and rotting sweetness. The silence of the dead zone, which had been a vacuum of sound, was replaced by a low-frequency hum that seemed to vibrate in my very marrow. The first sign of the overgrowth wasn't a tree or a vine, but a fence. It was a massive perimeter of galvanized steel and barbed wire, once meant to keep the wild at bay. Now the fence was a skeleton being reclaimed by a nervous system of emerald moss. The wire had been snapped not by force, but by the slow, irresistible pressure of expansion. Thick, ropey tendrils, the color of a bruised plum, had coiled around the steel, squeezing until the metal screamed and gave way. I stood at the breach, my new vellum pages tucked into my coat. I took a piece of charcoal and made the first mark of this new journey. I didn't draw a landmark, I drew a knot. As I stepped through the broken perimeter, the light changed. The sun was still there, a pale, watery disk, but its rays were filtered through a canopy so dense it felt like walking on the floor of a shallow sea. This wasn't the forest of the old world. There were no oaks or pines here, no familiar silhouettes of the botanical past. This was a biological rebellion. The trees, if they could be called that, were translucent stalks of fibrous tissue, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic glow. They didn't have leaves. They had translucent membranes that fanned out like the fins of deep-sea fish, catching the stray photons that managed to pierce the upper layers. Below them, the ground was a carpet of fungi that felt like walking on living velvet. Every step I took left a glowing footprint that lingered for several minutes, a phosphorescent record of my passage. The old man had said the roots were weaving a different kind of grid. I saw it almost immediately. In the spaces between the glowing stalks, thin, silver threads were suspended in the air. They looked like spider silk, but they didn't drift in the wind. They were taut, vibrating with a pitch that was just below the range of human hearing. I reached out to touch one, but my hand stopped inches away. The air around the thread felt charged, the hair on my arms standing on end. I sat on a protruding root that felt warm to the touch. I began to write. Day 1 of the Green Survey. The geography here is not fixed. The landmarks pulse. The air is a soup of spores and signals. If Ethelgard was a world of sterile data, this is a world of feral information. It is data that has grown a stomach and a set of lungs. I looked at the charcoal in my hand. It felt crude against the complexity of this place. How do you map a forest that breathes? How do you survey a territory that is constantly reconfiguring its own boundaries? A sound echoed through the canopy, a long melodic trill that ended in a sharp, clicking bark. It wasn't a bird. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I stood up, keeping my back to one of the glowing stalks. Out of the shadows of a fern-like cluster, something emerged. It was the size of a wolf, but its skin was a patchwork of iridescent scales and soft, white fur. It had no eyes, only a series of sensory pits along its snout that glowed with a faint blue light. It didn't look at me, it looked at the air around me. It tilted its head, its sensory pits flaring as it tasted the scent of the salt still clinging to my coat. I stayed perfectly still. The creature approached, its movements fluid and silent. It stopped a few feet away and let out another trill. To my horror, the silver threads in the air began to vibrate in sympathy with the sound. The creature wasn't just making a noise, it was playing the environment. It was using the web of the overgrowth to locate me. It stepped closer, and for a moment I saw the reflection of the forest in its scales. It didn't see a man, it saw a foreign object, a piece of the dead world that had wandered into the living one. It sniffed the vellum in my hand. Then, with a huff of air that smelled like crushed mint, it turned and vanished back into the gloom. I realized then that the noise I had reclaimed at the zenith wasn't just the memories of the past. It was the raw material for the future. The overgrowth was what happened when the signal was left to its own devices, freed from the constraints of the tower. It was life trying to solve the problem of existence without a blueprint. I continued deeper. The path, if there ever was one, had been swallowed decades ago. I followed the flow of the silver threads, assuming they led toward some central hub of this biological network. My boots were soon stained with a vibrant orange sap that leaked from the crushed fungi, and my skin began to itch with the constant contact of spores. As the day wore on, though time was difficult to measure beneath the canopy, the structures became more complex. I found ruins of human habitation, but they were unrecognizable. A suburban house had been transformed into a giant, hollowed-out gourd, its windows replaced by pulsing membranes that filtered the air. A car was a rusted skeleton, serving as the trellis for a vine that produced fruit shaped like human hearts. I found a child's bicycle. It was the only thing that hadn't been fully reclaimed. The rubber tires were gone, but the metal frame was held upright by a cluster of white flowers that seemed to be guarding it. I knelt down and touched the handlebars. The moment my skin met the cold metal, a jolt of electricity shot up my arm. It wasn't painful, but it was a memory. Not my memory, the memory of the bike. I saw a flash of a girl with scraped knees, the feeling of wind on a hot afternoon, the panic of a wobbly wheel, and the sudden, jarring stop of a fall. I pulled my hand back, gasping. The flowers around the bike pulsed a bright, angry red. The overgrowth wasn't just reclaiming the physical world, it was absorbing the psychic residue left behind. It was a living archive, a ledger of its own. Every object it touched, every scrap of the old world it consumed, was being processed and stored in the silver threads. I opened my pages and began to sketch the bicycle, but the lines kept blurring. My hand was shaking. I realized that as a surveyor, I was no longer just an observer. By walking through this place, by carrying the charcoal and the vellum, I was becoming part of the circuit. My own memories, the salt, the tower, the face of the girl with static hair, were leaking into the silver threads. "You shouldn't have come here, David." I spun around. The voice didn't come from a person. It came from the forest itself. A dozen different plants, vibrating at different frequencies, combined to form the words. It was the same composite effect I had heard in Ethelgard, but instead of being digital and cold, it was organic and wet. "Who are you?" I shouted into the green. "We are the result," the forest replied. The silver threads around me began to glow with a fierce intensity. "We are the data that refused to be uploaded. We are the rot that became a garden." "The director said you were a mess," I said, trying to steady my voice. "He said you were entropy." "The director wanted a world that never changed," the forest hummed. "We are a world that never stops changing. He wanted an eternal library. We are a fever dream." I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. The obsidian stone, the one I thought had dissolved, was thrumming. It was reacting to the forest, a piece of the deep earth core recognizing its kin. I slumped against a glowing stalk, my vision swimming. The overgrowth wasn't just a forest. It was a planetary immune response. When the zenith had tried to strip the world of its meaning, the earth had retreated here, into the shadows, and began to build something that could never be digitized. It had created a chaos so dense that no machine could ever map it. "Why let me in?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "Because a garden needs a witness," the forest replied, "and a map needs a boundary. You are the surveyor. You are the one who tells the story of where the world ends and where we begin." The silver threads began to coil around my ankles, not to trap me, but to connect. I felt a rush of information, billions of years of biological struggle, the slow creep of glaciers, the frantic heartbeat of a dying bird, the silent scream of a seed breaking through the soil. It was too much. It was the noise amplified to a deafening roar. I reached for my charcoal. With a strength I didn't know I had, I pressed it against the vellum. I didn't draw a knot this time. I drew a line. It was a jagged, ugly line that cut across the page, separating the white of the paper from the darkness of the charcoal. It was a border. The pressure in my chest eased. The silver threads recoiled, their glow dimming. The forest seemed to take a collective breath and step back. I stood up, my legs weak. I looked at the page. The line I had drawn wasn't just a mark on paper. It was a physical sensation in the air. I had reestablished the boundary between myself and the environment. I had asserted the I against the we. The forest went silent. The creature with the scales reappeared briefly at the edge of my vision, nodded once, and vanished. I realized then what the old man had meant. The survey wasn't about recording everything. It was about deciding what to keep separate. In a world that wanted to merge everything into a single, seamless signal, whether it was the digital heaven of Ethelgard or the biological hive mind of the overgrowth, the surveyor's job was to preserve the gaps, to keep the road distinct from the woods, to keep the traveler distinct from the path. I began to walk again, but my steps were different now. I wasn't just moving through the world, I was carving a space for myself within it. The overgrowth continued for miles. I saw things that defied description, trees that bore fruit made of glass, pools of water that reflected the stars even in the middle of the day, and flowers that hummed the songs of dead civilizations. I recorded them all, but I kept my lines sharp. I kept the boundaries clear. As I reached a high ridge where the canopy thinned, I looked back. The zenith was a tiny, broken splinter on the horizon, a monument to a failed ambition. Below me, the overgrowth was a sea of shifting emerald and violet, a wild, beautiful, terrifying mystery that would never be solved. I turned toward the north again. The mountains were closer now, their peaks jagged and white against the bruised sky. The old man had said the road went into the deep green, but I saw now that the road went through it and out the other side. I felt the weight of the new pages in my coat. They were no longer empty. They were filled with the maps of a world that was learning how to be real again. I am David. I am the surveyor of the unseen, and I have learned that the most important thing to map is the distance between the heart and the horizon. The air grew colder as I began the descent into the next valley. The smell of the overgrowth faded, replaced by the scent of old stone and ancient ice. The road was still there, a thin ribbon of gray stretching out into the unknown. I took a step, then another. The echo returned, louder than before. It wasn't just my own footsteps anymore. I could hear the steps of the people by the fires, the steps of the girl with the static hair, and the steps of the world itself as it turned toward the morning. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the charcoal. The lead was worn down, but there was enough left for another 1,000 miles. I began to write the sound of the wind on the ridge. I wrote the taste of the humid air. I wrote the feeling of the obsidian stone cooling in my chest. The survey continues, and for the first time, I wasn't just recording the world. I was invited to stay. The descent from the ridge took me into a transition zone where the aggressive vitality of the overgrowth began to clash with something far more rigid. It was here that I saw the first signs of the great stasis. In the valley below, the lush, pulsing purple vines of the deep forest didn't just stop. They were frozen mid-climb against a wall of absolute cold. I watched a tendril, vibrant and thick with sap, reach toward a jagged rock only to turn into a brittle, translucent sculpture of ice. The air here didn't just cool, it crystallized. Every breath I drew felt like swallowing a handful of needles. I wrapped my coat tighter, the vellum crinkling against my ribs like a second skin. My charcoal, usually soft and responsive, became brittle, snapping if I pressed too hard against the page. I had to warm the lead between my palms before I could mark the transition. Day 4 of the Green Survey, boundary reached. The biological expansion has met a thermal wall. It is not winter, there is no season for this. It is a localized suspension of entropy. The forest wants to grow, but the mountains refuse to move. I am walking into the architecture of the frost. As I moved deeper into the valley, the ruins changed again. In the salt plains, the buildings had been skeletons. In the overgrowth, they had been wombs. Here they were monuments. I passed a row of shops preserved in a layer of ice so clear it was as if they had been dipped in liquid diamond. I could see the products on the shelves, tins of food with labels faded by time but not by rot, a rack of newspapers whose headlines were blurred by the refraction of the frost. I stopped before a window. Inside, a mannequin stood draped in a coat of heavy wool. For a moment, my heart lurched. I thought it was a person, a survivor who had simply stopped walking. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass. The mannequin's face was smooth, featureless, and indifferent. It was a replica of a human, trapped in a replica of a world. I realized then that Ethelgard's influence hadn't just been a tower or a network. It had been an ideology of preservation. They hadn't just wanted to save the data, they had wanted to stop the clock. This valley was the physical manifestation of that desire, a place where nothing could die because nothing was allowed to live. I began to map the ice grid. It was different from the silver threads of the forest. The threads here were geometric, hexagonal patterns etched into the very permafrost beneath my boots. They didn't vibrate. They hummed a single, unwavering note, a perfect, terrifying C-sharp that rattled my teeth. As I walked, the silence became a weight. In the overgrowth, the silence had been full of potential, a predator waiting to strike. Here, the silence was an achievement. It was the sound of a finished project. I found a park. The swings were draped in long, jagged icicles that looked like the teeth of a leviathan. I sat on a bench, the wood groaning under my weight, the frost snapping like tiny firecrackers. I pulled out the ledger's new pages. I needed to record the stillness, but how do you draw the absence of motion? I began to sketch the way the light hit the frozen fountain in the center of the square. The water had been captured mid-arc, a spray of glass droplets suspended in the air by a freakish command of physics. As I drew, I felt a familiar sensation, the tugging at the back of my mind, the leakage I had experienced in the forest. But it wasn't my memories this time. It was the valley. The ice wasn't just water, it was a recording medium. I looked at the fountain and saw, for a flickering second, the ghost of a child running through the spray. It wasn't a vision or a dream. It was a refraction of a moment that had been caught in the thermal trap. The ice was holding onto the light of 1,000 yesterdays, refracting them back at anyone who dared to look. I stood up, backing away from the fountain. "You're just another library," I whispered. The wind picked up, whistling through the frozen trees, and it sounded like a choir of 1,000,000 sighs. The old man had told me the world was bigger than Ethelgard realized, but I saw now that the world was also more haunted. Every corner of this map was a different way of dealing with the end. The salt was denial. The forest was rebellion. The ice was grief. I continued toward the mountains, my breath blooming in huge white clouds. The path began to incline, the ground turning from frozen earth to solid black rock. The shifting green mist the old man had pointed out was now visible above me, swirling around the peaks like a crown of emerald smoke. It wasn't part of the ice, and it wasn't part of the forest. It was something else, the unnamed thing. My progress slowed as the air grew thin. My lungs burned and my fingers were so numb I could barely hold the charcoal. I had to stop every 100 yards to beat my arms against my chest to keep the blood moving. I felt the temptation to just sit down, to lean against one of those beautiful, frozen walls and become part of the monument. It would be so easy. I could be a landmark, the surveyor at rest. But the obsidian stone in my chest, the phantom heart, wouldn't let me. It began to pulse with a low, rhythmic heat, a counter-resonance to the C-sharp hum of the valley. It was a reminder of the noise, the messy, painful life that refused to be still. It was the coal in the engine. I pushed upward, the incline becoming a scramble. The ice gave way to a strange, porous stone that felt like pumice. And then I hit the mist. I expected it to be cold or wet or smelling of the forest. Instead, it was warm. It tasted of ozone and burnt sugar. The moment I stepped into the green haze, the valley below vanished. The silence of the ice was replaced by a roar not of wind, but of voices. Thousands of them. They weren't speaking words. They were a cacophony of intent. It was the sound of 1,000,000,000 minds trying to find a frequency. I stumbled forward, my hands out in front of me. The mist was so thick I couldn't see my own boots. "Who's there?" I shouted. The voices stopped. The mist swirled, parting for a brief second to reveal a plateau. In the center of the plateau stood a structure that made the towers of Ethelgard look like toys. It wasn't built of stone or steel. It was built of light and gravity. It was a spire of shimmering, shifting color that reached so high it seemed to pierce the very fabric of the sky. Around its base, figures were moving. They weren't ghosts, and they weren't the biological chimeras of the forest. They were people, or they had been. Their bodies were translucent, their skin etched with the same hexagonal patterns I had seen in the ice, but their eyes were full of the same noise I carried in my chest. One of them approached me. It was a woman, her hair a cloud of golden sparks, her hands resting at her sides. She didn't walk, she seemed to slide through the air, the mist parting before her. "The surveyor," she said. Her voice didn't come from her mouth. It resonated directly in my inner ear. "The one who carries the ledger of the lost." I clutched the book to my chest. "I'm mapping the road." "There is no road here," she said, and her expression was one of profound sadness. "Here there is only the convergence. We are the ones who didn't fit into the machine and didn't want to return to the dirt. We are the middle ground, the static between the stations." I looked at the spire. "What is that?" "It is a bridge," she said. "Ethelgard wanted to digitize the soul. The overgrowth wants to reclaim the flesh. We want to transcend both. We are building a way out." "Until where?" She pointed upward, toward the stars that were beginning to peek through the thinning mist, to the places where the map ends, to the territories that haven't been dreamed yet. I looked at my vellum, at the charcoal lines I had fought so hard to keep straight. I looked at my boots, caked in the residues of 3 different worlds. "You want me to map this," I said, a realization dawning on me. "You want the world to know you're here." "No," she said, stepping closer. "We want you to join us. The road is an echo, David. It leads back to things that are already dead. The map is a cage. Drop the book, drop the charcoal, walk into the spire, and you will never have to be tired again. You will never have to be alone in the silence." The spire pulsed, a warm, inviting amber light. I felt the weight of my exhaustion, the years of walking, the salt in my wounds, the grief of a billion ghosts. To stop, to simply be part of the light, to let the noise finally find its harmony. I looked at the woman. She was beautiful, a perfect equilibrium of data and spirit. Then I looked down at the ledgers. I saw the messy, jagged line I had drawn in the forest. I saw the smudge of orange sap, the thumbprint of salt, the shaky sketch of the frozen bicycle. These weren't just records of a journey. They were evidence of a struggle. They were the marks of a man who had refused to be absorbed, refused to be frozen, and refused to be forgotten. If I joined them, the map would end. The road would stop echoing. The gaps I had fought to preserve would be closed. "I can't," I said. My voice was raspy, small against the roar of the spire. "Why?" she asked. "What is left for a surveyor in a world that is already mapped?" "It's not mapped," I said, pulling a fresh sheet of vellum. "Not yet. You're just another border. You're the place where the human ends and the light begins, and someone has to draw that line." I knelt on the porous rock. I took the charcoal. I didn't draw the spire. I didn't draw the woman. I drew a pair of boots, my boots, worn, dirty, and firmly planted on the ground. The woman sighed, a sound like a falling star. The mist began to thicken again, the amber light of the spire fading into a dull, distant glow. The voices returned to their chaotic roar, but I didn't listen to them. I listened to the scratch of the charcoal on the page. I wrote about the warmth of the mist and the coldness of the offer. I wrote about the temptation of the light and the dignity of the dirt. When I finished, I stood up. The plateau was empty. The spire was gone, or perhaps it had never been there in the way I understood there. The green mist was just mist again, damp and clinging. I turned away from the peaks. I didn't go toward the spire. I didn't go back toward the ice. I found a narrow, treacherous path that wound around the shoulder of the mountain, leading toward a horizon I couldn't see yet. My feet hurt, my back ached. I was hungry and I was cold. I took a step. The echo was faint, but it was there. Part 16 I wrote at the bottom of the page, the temptation of the sky. The surveyor remains on the earth. I walked into the thinning mist, the charcoal held tight in my hand, the map stretching out before me, a long, beautiful, unfinished sentence. I was David, I was the surveyor, and the road was still calling. The path around the mountain's shoulder was less a road and more a suggestion written in shale and shadow. As the green mist of the convergence thinned behind me, the air regained its bite, but it was a natural cold now, the honest chill of high altitude rather than the artificial stasis of the valley below. My lungs labored, each breath a victory of grit over the thinning oxygen. I felt the weight of the woman's offer pulling at my heels, a phantom gravity. To be light, to be data, to be a frequency instead of a body. It was the ultimate siren song for a man whose joints screamed with every incline. But the ledger against my ribs felt heavier than ever, and that weight was my anchor. I found a shallow cave as the bruised sky turned to a deep, oppressive indigo. It wasn't much more than a crack in the granite, but it shielded me from the wind that had begun to howl off the peaks like a wounded animal. I didn't dare light a fire. There was nothing to burn but the pages of my life, and I wasn't that desperate yet. Instead, I huddled into the corner, pulled a thermal blanket of silvered foil from my pack, a relic from a supply cache 3 weeks back, and wrapped myself in a crinkling cocoon. I pulled out the charcoal. My hands were shaking, not just from the cold, but from the residual vibration of the spire. Day 5 of the northward traverse, I wrote. The letters were wobbly, the script of a man shivering in the dark. I have seen